Portions of the following program may be unsuitable for younger or more sensitive viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Disclaimer! Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit education or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. This video was made for entertainment purposes and is transformative in nature.
You feel, however, that we're making progress in this country and worldwide?
No. I will never say that progress is being made. If you stick a knife in my back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches, there's no progress. You pull it all the way out, that's not progress. The progress is healing the wound that the blow made. And they haven't even begun to pull the knife out, much less try and heal the wound. They won't even admit the knife is there.
Hey, John, what do you want us to take away from this extraordinary series of yours?
Well, I want people who are not Latin to have Latin envy and wish they had been born Latin, and for Latin people to realize, damn, being Latin is a superpower, man. I mean, the things that we've suffered in this country, 500 years, our wealth was stolen from us. We were lynched. We were burned, shot alive. We've been the only American citizens that have ever been deported by the millions. And yet we contribute and we build and we thrive.
To me, if you have been here. To me, if you have been here for 5 years and you do not have a criminal record, you will be able to go on the dignity status for 7 years.
That status is like a probation period.
You will not be deported. You will not lose your assets. You can work anywhere in the country. You will pay taxes.
And there would be an additional tax.
A new levy of 1.5 withholding called the dignity levy will be held from your paycheck. You will not have access to any government program and will have to buy your own health insurance.
And another charge.
You will pay $700 a year for 7 years, and that adds up to around $5,000. Those $5,000 will represent around $45 billion.
This is provided that the undocumented immigrants total 10 million, but there are more.
And that fund will go to pay for border security. The other bucket of money, the 1.5, will go to re-educate or retrain any American who believes that he or she has lost his job opportunity, to an undocumented.
Some of the other legislators who support the bill said they are aware that it is not perfect. They said it's better than doing nothing.
Various groups, feminist, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the black civil rights experience.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, because I think it's one of the most important points of the book. I mean, I think the way liberals have treated blacks like children, and many of their policies have been harmful to blacks, at least they got the beneficiary group right. We do have to, we shouldn't. There is the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortions, but or gays who want to get married to one another. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. They dropped the blacks after 5 minutes.
Immigrant rights are not civil rights?
No, I think civil rights are for blacks. We done to the immigrants. We owe black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country. Democrats are dropping the blacks and moving on to the Hispanics because they're a larger group of Hispanics now. But could I just say to Jorge, I hate to disagree with you when you're attacking President Obama, but I think the point on immigration is you can have open borders or you can have a welfare state. You cannot have both.
Doing a great job in the heart these days.
You're late again, Eddie.
Trying to do. You ain't gonna do it. See, Big Red done pulled my coattail to you a long, long time ago.
That's bullshit, Eddie. You talking crazy.
Crazy like a mother fox. And you, I can see through your jive. class, nigga.
Eddie, you got it all wrong, man.
Stealing my moves. My style, nigga. Even trying to riff like me.
Hey, man, why don't you get your boy out of here and detox him?
You want my spot, Flash? Slum-dwelling, scum-sucking, slug-ass motherfucker. You want my spot, Flash? Huh? Well, you ain't gonna get it, 'cause you ain't got it.
These kind of boys seems innocent, Boogie. Got everybody on the post thinking he's a strong black buck. White boys envy his strength, his speed, power in his swing. Then this colored champion lets those same white boys call him Shine or Sambo. And he just smiles.
Dream about the time when I was a little boy.
Can't talk.
The night would get blue.
Can barely read or write his own name. And don't care. He'll tell you they like him. Or that colored folks ain't supposed to have but so much sense.
Yes, he would.
You know the damage one ignorant Negro can do. We were in France in the First War. We'd won decorations. But the white boys had told all them French gals that we had tails. Then they found this ignorant colored soldier. Paid him to tie a tail to his ass and run around half naked making monkey sounds. They put him on a big round table in the Cafe Napoleon. Put a reed in his hand, crown on his head, blanket on his shoulders, and made him eat bananas in front of all them Frenchies. Oh, the white boys danced that night. Passed out leaflets with that boy's picture on it. Called him Moonshine, King of the Monkeys. And when we slit his throat, you know that fool asked us what he had done wrong. My daddy told me we got to turn our backs on his kind, Wilkie. Close our ranks to the chitlins, the collard greens, the cornbread style. We are men, soldiers. And I don't intend for our race to be cheated out of its place of honor and respect in this war because of fools like CJ. You watch everything he does. Everything.
You said your people have been fighting for 400 years.
Man, your peoples too.
So I just want you to explain what you mean by that.
You know what I'm talking about. Y'all all know what I'm talking about, man. Don't sit up here and try to bait and not know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what the I talk about when I say these things. Your people too.
Explain it. And not everybody knows what you're talking about.
Radio Raheem, I don't have to explain what's understood, man. You know what I mean by that. You know what I say about that. I ain't got to go further. And if anybody don't understand that, then God be with them. Go look up the history. Go look up the history. Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that. See what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what. I dare you to sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day. You just sit here, you don't know.
And since the American white man has used his control over the press to rewrite history or retell history, and since the white man can't dispute this truth, it's not hate to say that we were kidnapped and brought here, it's truth. It's not hate to say that we were Jim Crow, discriminated and segregated, it's truth. It's not hate to say that the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in this country, came up with a hypocritical desegregation decision 9 years ago, which they haven't enforced yet. That's not hate, that's truth.
Remember, the The enemy has only images and illusions, behind which he hides his true motives. Destroy the image, and you will break the enemy.
Welcome to the most hated show in the black corner of YouTube. I am your host, the whiteologist, Mr. Blows Your Minds, and this is We Up Report. First, and before we get into it, must give out to those who go out their way to give to the show. First, we're going to go with a brother. They call himself Dubs, but he may be known as something else that we will see later on in the show. But we want to give our hats off to Dubs for his contribution to the show. My family and I, we tip our hat off to you. We are thankful for what you contribute to this show. Once again, brother, we thank you. And once again, thanks for your Cash App. Last and not least, another brother who is continuous, most thorough brother that any subscriber of any channel would love to have, but he chose We Up Report. We give our hats and thanks, and our family give much love, much respect to the brother that you see on your screen, Mr. Spencer 0620. If this was a top 20, let's say what to do with the records, and every week, this brother here has been holding the #1 spot for so many weeks. We are always thankful. When he do what he do, it always helps. And once again, we thank you for your Cash App, Mr. Spencer 0620. Now, again, we are the most hated show in the black corner of YouTube. Been in the business from the next week. We'll be hitting on 11 years. You probably never heard of us because, again, we are the most suppressed show that you will see of any show that's in YouTube land. Go down the aisle, having to see something to make you feel some kind of way. Remember, the motto of my show is the truth. Don't need no partner. Some of you may be new to the show, came by, seen the unusual looking thumbnail, the title in itself. So let me tell you what we're going to be talking about on this particular show. Cultural violations, not minding your own business. Let me say that again. Cultural violations, not minding your own business. You know, we say M.Y.O.B, mind your own business, right? So I've been seeing over the last week, again, we come on every Sunday. For those of you new who come by, we do come on once a week, Sunday between 5 and 7. You can always come if you ain't got nothing else better to do. Come over here and check us out. But what I'm talking about here is cultural. When you're talking about culture, you're talking about the cultivation, right? Again, some people culture, right? We're talking about those when it comes to artistic, so social pursuits, even events considered to be valuable or enlightened, right? Relating to or obtained by specialized, some say breeding when they talk about horticulture and stuff like that, right? Well, in the case what we're talking about here, we're talking about relating to arts and manners that a group favors, culture events, persons of broad cultural interest. In this case, we're talking about Black Americans and the Black American culture and those who take part of it and have the way the system is designed, anybody of our skin becomes part of our kin. And then I've been seeing some things that I wanted to kind of address that's dealing with the topic when you're talking about reparations and other things. But I've seen some things that I just wanted to really kind of go over because I believe when we talk about violations, I don't think everybody understands when you talk about violations, right? Gang culture knows about violations when somebody, again, things that are breach or infringement, a transgression of a law. What is the laws when it comes to culture? When you're talking about other people, when you're in a house with somebody else and you are a aggressor of their culture, are there any violations Are we supposed to address you? Are we supposed to let you run amok and just say whatever you feel is good in your heart, in your way you believe you're helping? But if you're not of the dominant culture of a people who you graft in to be a part of, I think you need to watch this show, because there's some things that have been out here that we're going to address. A lot of times we talk about violation. There's a choice or decision made by the will of the person, right? The discretion of what they do, right? So somebody or some people or some things have been doing some violations to the culture, and we Up Report will address some of those things, intertwine it with a lot of the other things that are dealing with reparations and so forth. But let me give you a little bit about this cultural violation. Let me give you some norms that we talk about as Black people. Now, again, this is a show that deals with a lot of dealing with pertaining with Black Americans, but it is being America. It's people of diverse ethnicities and cultures and races. So it doesn't exclude you, but a lot of you do partake of what we do. And so sometimes you may not know, or some of you are in the business of stealing, but sometimes we don't have enough people in order to set things straight. So in the sense, when we talk about, let's say, cultural violation, let's say, for instance, any of y'all ever go to, let's say, cash a check either at the bank or the currency exchange, right? You know what a cultural violation is? Let's say, for instance, you cash in a check. It could be any denomination, amount, or whatever. And somebody is behind you, right? Looking over your damn shoulder, seeing you counting out your money. Let me say that one more again. A cultural violation is like you being at the bank or being at a currency exchange, about to receive your money, and somebody is just all over your shoulder, counting your scratch, your dollars, your moolah, whatever you want to call it. Is that a cultural violation? Is that a violation when you over somebody's shoulder counting their money? What about the fact that, let's say, can a cultural violation be a person who cashing your check getting all loud about how much they give you back? Let's just say $1,650. You like, well, damn, won't you just tell everybody? You know what I'm saying? $2,500, $2,000. You get what I'm saying? Is that a cultural violation? That's when somebody knows. Is these things that all cultures pertain to, or that specific cultures understand? When people doing things like that, that is a violation. Y'all just stay close. We're going to get there. Let's say you totaling up your check. Somebody at your job, and you complaining about your check. Well, let me see your check and let me count it up and see if all that. Is that a violation? You asking me, can you see my check and let me total up for you and see if it's all right? Is that a violation? So that's somebody eyeing your wallet or your purse. Huh? Is that a violation? You watching me, in my wallet, in my purse? Is that a violation? Patting somebody's pocket. Is that a violation? You patting, you know, like in Friday with Debo, what you got on my 40, homie? What you got on my 40, right? Patting somebody's damn pockets is a violation. Somebody telling somebody, put that on his tab. Put that on her tab. Is that a violation? Is that a cultural violation, right? Matter of fact, sometimes you go into some of these little stores, and the stores be like, can I help you? What do you mean, can you help me? I'm 3 hours in the damn store. You know what I'm saying? Can you help me? No, you seem like you anticipate like I'm coming here to steal. Is that a cultural violation, right? So we see there are some things that might be different in certain people's culture that might be, well, it's a norm, but in other culture, it might be a violation. But you're going to have to stay tuned to see as I work this through how we going to show these cultural violations, right? So first of all, I'm going to start off with, I was watching last week or this week that just passed. I seen Ice Cube again. Now, Ice Cube, I said he was going to go on the tour. That he had some things he wanted to talk about. And I seen him once again on Piers Morgan. Let's listen to some of the things that Cube talked about. And then I'll come back after that. But I didn't even put them. But okay, but we're going to talk about that. So check this out, and we should be right back.
Let me ask you this. there's been a lot of stuff about the state of the world, about the state of America. Where do you see things right now?
I think, you know, people are very polarized in all kind of ways. People are afraid to speak out because of the cancel culture that we have today. So I just think, you know, people are afraid and they're running to their corners, you know.
In a way, it is a cancel culture. It behaves like that.
It does, because it makes not only the person that's getting canceled, they're trying to shut them up, but anybody's watching now, they shut up because they say, if it can happen to this guy, it can happen to me. So by smashing somebody who says something that you might not like and canceling them, it actually reverberates throughout the whole community, and everybody now is watching what they say all the time.
Well, what's the answer to this? Because I think it's crazy that in a democracy like the United States, like the United Kingdom, that people are too frightened to speak their mind, to say what they think. What do we do about this?
I think you say what you want to say, and to hell with the consequences. You got to be willing to fight for your rights and fight for what you believe in. And if you're a person who believes in freedom of speech, you have to fight and say what you feel and let the chips fall where they may, and stand on that. And, you know, it may not be an easy road, but I think you feel better about yourself when you say what needs to be said at the time it needs to be said, and not afterwards where you go home and think, I should have said this when that guy was there, or when I was there, I should have said that and I didn't. That haunts you more.
You can definitely say what the hell you like on this show. It's called Uncensored for a reason.
Well, that's why I'm here, man. You know, that's
You've
what
always
I'm
been
all about.
uncensored. Let me.
And we back, right? So that was Ice Cube with Piers Morgan talking about cancel culture and about what they call freedom of speech and being able to say the things that are necessary and not being canceled because you say things that people may not like. Well, guess what? If you over here listening to this show here, as We Up Reporters, we call by Mr. Blows Your Minds, you ain't seen the most canceled show that is out there. This is the most canceled show. You may not agree, say, well, ain't nothing you over here talking about. There's nothing of importance. There's nothing of any meanings. Looks like you're just saying a whole bunch of nothing. But then you got to ask yourself, how can somebody been around 11 years and can't get past 200 views? There's a time when I was getting thousands of views. Not that I'm in the business for that, but you know, that is kind of a way to kind of evaluate one's progress. But then when they have you snuffed out like that, have I been, I would say, cancel cultured? Has the culture of YouTube cancel me because what I say, they not like it? You get what I'm saying? And so you have to, like Cube say, maybe certain people have to say certain things, and even though the consequences of, again, being snuffed down and held back, and make other people evaluate you, and they believe there's no value in what you say because obviously it's a numbers game. And then they say, well, if nobody's watching it, then nobody care about what's being said. But then are there mechanisms behind the curtain, right? That when you are violating, they say their culture, they cancel you, right? Okay, so Cube is starting that off with saying with something like that. Then they ask them the question, something like this, and check this out.
Let me ask you this. Is America more racist or less racist than when you were a kid?
I think it's pretty much the same because it's institutionalized, and you know, the institution takes on different faces, so to speak. But you know, I don't know if racism in the financial sector has gotten any better. We still have a hard time getting capital when we need it. We still have a hard time having that access to those, you know, currency streams that's out there. And so it affects us in the same way. In 1865, black people own maybe 1 or 2% of America. And I believe we're still in that same place.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's barely changed.
Barely changed. In some ways, it's gotten worse. But it's gotten worse. I think the Corner Commission did something in 1968 about the poverty in America and how it affects all the people, and we're worse than we were in 1960.
Over here. Look like some hold up in here. There's some technical difficulty. One of them must be in the house. And we're going to do what we got to do anyway. So here was Q talking about, they asked him, and Piers Morgan said about the state of the United States. Is it more racist or less racist since he was a kid, right? When Q was younger, when the days when Ice Cube was saying the things that, well, I'll talk about that going, but again, there was a reason for that, because again, you got to know the history of Q, what he used to say and things, and with some things that brought some awareness and consciousness, and he was the sound of voice when they started to say gangster rap, right? So here they is trying to get a post on Ice Cube, because you remember Cube has said he's going to go on the tour, and he has some things he want to say because he feel like that he's being ostracized and being cut out when it comes to his Big Three league, and that the NBA is doing certain things. And then the fact that you know that Q went out there and put the contract for Black Americans, and a lot of people were, you know, not liking that and saying that Q was selling out and that he would placate into the Republicans instead of the Democrats. And so, you know, some people kind of wonder, well, is he out there because of that, or his initiative is something else? But based on what he just said there, we have to say they're taking a post. He just went on Bill Maher week before. Bill Maher said some things and talked about police, and he talked about the industry and so forth, right? So Cube is being they kind of say, well, where you at? Now that you are older Cube, you're a 50-year-old Cube, you know what I'm saying? You done lived life, you're independent, you got your own money. And we've been really knocking out a lot of those who could be, you know, as R. Kelly would say, pipe pipers to the nations, right? To those of his ilk and peoples, right? So Cube is kind of like one of those that could be that they don't really got nothing on, been clean the whole time. Now, some people have their feelings about Cube and so forth, and some yay and nay. But the point I'm saying is he still had that, because you got to remember the system looked like it went after him to get him out of that light. Because think about it, he went into movies and stuff, so Cube kind of went in hiatus, and that sound and what he was, you know, let's say through his lyrics, galvanized and was being heard, and it was being threatening. Remember he said in 63 when they did the Kennedy, what they do to me, right? So he knew if he kept doing what he was doing, he was going to be a threat. So now that he's coming back and let's set everything up, and you know, talking about contract for Black Americans and so forth like that, they, you know, like he say, you fucking with me in that way. Well, you know, my card is I do got that, which is could be helping my people. So I think they kind of get a feel where you at. So he asks him that about is a racist since the time he was a kid. He said this is still the same. See, some people will get on that TV or on them programs, and they will placate to the audience and to the show and say what they want to hear and not say for what it is. It doesn't pay, again, being canceled. It's like this show here, We Up Report. Been in the business going on 11 years. It can't break 100 views. After I did the video back in April 1st of 2014 called the Extinction of the White Race. I never said about we gonna go kill and none of that stuff. No, it was none of that. It was just the demographic changes, what we're seeing now that is coming to fruition. I've been called that out. It came to fruition. And so I've been penalized for that. And so because of that, that video went over 300,000 and they cut it off. That would be viral when we talk about in the black corner. We're not talking about it had went a year. We're talking about when it went out, it went 300,000. And so they said, no, not him. He will not be heard. And so from that point forward, after 2016, I've been struggling to get 100 views, right? So you can be canceled. So Cube, in a sense, is, again, he understands that. And so we see that he says that it's the same. It's institutionalized. And they don't like, why is it that people don't want to believe that institutionalized racism? Why people try to act as if, like, when you say institutions, and then understand that racial cannot be an individualized game, and it has to be a team sport where many players, even taking some from amongst your own group who don't realize that when they go to school and get their degrees and they start working in industries and corporations, that if the agenda for those industries and corporations is against your people and they're using your talent to help facilitate that, well, don't you think you are part of that? Because you use it as a come up, that you became somebody, that I came from the bottom. Again, as a Jefferson say, we now on the top of the penthouse, right? Now we up in the big leagues, right? So a lot of you become elated and say, oh, you know what? We made it now. But then again, you have to ask yourself, what do you do for a living? And what does they do in the totality of this institutionalized, when it's again against this, again, where you may say it's imaginary or it's real, this thing that has been going on and perpetuating this is actually coming to fruition as we talk. But just stay tuned. We're going to get more into that. So it institutionalized, it runs on many different forms that operate. That's what Cube is saying, right? Francis Cresswell Wesson talking about how you got religion, politics, race, war, science, right? You have all different kinds of facets of the way that when you're talking about institutionalism, institutionalized racism, they have different facets of how they operate. But to many people, it is just, well, it's cliche or it's conspiracy talk, and it has no real tangibles that they can actually understand. But you don't, this is something that you just don't get to read in the book. Through life and experiences and situations of other people and yourself, you start to see the fruitions of things, and you have to ask questions. And when you just take everything that somebody else is giving you, then you have to say, okay, is it real or is it not real? So is institutionalism, is that real or not? Some people say not. That's why they had to discombobulate the word CRT. CRT, because why? If you were to start delving into that and trying to understand that, you was going to start looking at some of the facets. Matter of fact, let me give you a good analogy. Let's say, for instance, again, I know a lot of y'all too bougie, you wouldn't understand, but let's say you got roaches in your house, right? You kill a roach here, you kill a roach there, see a roach over there. But you kill that one or spray over here and you get a couple roaches, but you don't know where the roaches actually congregate. There is some place where they all are at. Mice and everything else. Even if you go in the wild, there's a place where all the bears are at and all the cougars, you know what I'm saying? And you never get to that. That's what CRT was. CRT was going to teach you to navigate and find where they hide it in legislation and laws of how they've been doing the dirt they've been doing to you, unbeknownst to remote control, right? So a lot of people don't understand it, so they think that's conspiracy talk. Well, yeah, no, it's sophistication. There's some sophistications when it comes to these things, but it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. A lot of people just chai it off. And so those different things that operate racism is, and he says, in the financial sectors. It hasn't gotten any better. The financial sectors, right? Right. Economics. A lot of the crimes we know that happen are dealing with because people don't have money. And the people who've been here as long as we've been here, a lot of people attribute to the fact they think we lazy or we don't contribute because we don't go to school, and we just got a lackluster attitude about pursuing things because some stereotype that many of y'all just believe, but you don't see the glass ceiling or the glass box that one may be encased. And some of our people don't even want to believe that. They just say, well, Nobody can stop me from the pursuit of the things that I do. I do all these things on my own. Okay, that sounds great. That sounds good. And I'm not here to tell you that your own merit hasn't helped you to get certain things, but it's like looking at sports. Sports have a farming system for baseball. They have a draft, or they have the college so they can draft for the NBA, right? So what would be the same thing with the system? What would be the, let's say, the draft pool? Would be these colleges, right? They grading you, right? And then on draft day, when you graduate and get the diploma, then when you go out into the world and applying, you're competing to see who got the best draft pick. Sometimes some underdogs get in there and they can't maintain it. Sometimes some underdogs get in there and they blossom and flourish. But that's the same thing in the system does. It picks. It's kind of like in the Bible talking about Nebuchadnezzar, taking the choices from amongst us and helping them to keep this system thriving and moving. But some people don't believe in that. They think this is all just, there's some talk you talking about there, Mr. Blows Your Minds. And then he talks about how the fact that when it comes to financial sectors and things like that, and how getting loans and the capital, and then how the streams of economics from today's and way we're talking about lecture, just like me, there's no way that this channel and all the time I've been putting in it, I can't make no money. I cannot make no money off my channel because I'm penalized, not because I'm threatening, saying, killing some damn body, but you don't like what I'm talking about. So I have to go with what you like. So which means I have not been drafted. So there's a lot of people who got big numbers who are drafted. They're picked. And so y'all evaluate people based on numbers and not really the quality of content that what they're talking about or what they're doing. So if everybody else doing, but I thought when we was doing, we grew up and said not because everybody doing don't mean it's right. But in the way today in the culture of, let's say, when we're talking about technology, people equate viral as, well, I'm going with the herd. But can the herd also be manipulated and controlled? Well, watch what Cube is going to say on this next part here, right? Because he does says that the same way as being in 1865, disenfranchisement of Black Americans. A lot of people don't believe in that. A lot of people think that disenfranchisement is just a word or a kickstand or an excuse. But if something's been broke and never been fixed and nobody never fixed it, how does it become, how do it fix on its own? Or is it just forget about it and keep on moving? Now, again, many people believe, again, just like they just got rid of affirmative action and talking about, a meritocracy, right? To move merit on your own merit. Now, ask yourself when you was in school, was there some people who went to school every day just like you? You would assume they studied, they took the test, they just wasn't good. Is there anything not in reality that there's some people who just not made to do school, to be in school? So because they're not school oriented, that means that what? They can't be part of the system. There's nothing for them to do. And that's where you're seeing a lot of these videos. When you're seeing people out here who strung out on the drugs, and I see a lot of y'all who trying to comment on there and making it sound like, oh, they out there because of the damn drug. No, the drugs is the remedy. The drug is trying to give a remedy for their situation. What a lot of y'all don't understand is, don't you understand there's been a transition? Matter of fact, let me hold my thought on that. Come on, let Cube say what he do, and then I'm going to come back on that. But as he said, of 1865, I'm talking about 1% to 2% of ownership that Black people had. I don't even know if it was even that damn high, right? So you've been holding this out, keeping this out all this time, and I'm building this up for those who might know, well, what are you talking about? Again, we're going to get into that culture violation, not minding your own business. I'm setting it up. So just be patient. We're going to get there, right? We're going to get there. So let Cube do this here because he's going to talk about AI in the music. Then I'm going to come back to that point I was just making, right? So again, everybody can't be studious. Everybody can't be a student that can pursue to go to higher education. So what happened to those people? Because see, a lot of you people that got because of the degree, you think you're smarter, you know better. You're just a cog spring sprocket in the system. especially when you cut from the same cloth that many of us are cut from. That's no knock at you. That's not trying to belittle you. But, you know, sometimes, Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker. What? That's a parrot, right? Well, if you good at parroting the answer, does that really mean you smart? As long as you give the answer to what they want, you just, let's say, rote, right? Rote learner, right? Getting the right answer, you can pass the test. Does that make you smart when you have to go, again, improvise, when you can't, with the, let's say, the instructions of something tell you this is the way A, B, C, D. Then a situation happened. Can you improvise when you don't have the instructions is where the intelligence is at. Can you improvise? It's like reading, and in between, the space in between that line and the next line is, what did you get in between that? It's like on a tombstone, your birth date and the death date. But you know what the most important part is between that birth date and that death date? That little slash. What did you do? Let's go on.
Wow. Let's talk about the music industry. Huge amount of attention being given to artificial intelligence now.
Yeah.
Clearly it has awesome power, not least to replicate how people like you would make music. What do you feel about that?
I think it's terrible. I think it's going to make people lazier, less creative. You know, could you imagine if an actor, like if I decided not to do a sequel and the movie company said, we have the rights to your likeness.
Right.
We're going to put you in the sequel whether you want to be or not, because we have the right to. So now they use AI to put Ice Cube in a movie I don't want to be in, saying things I don't want to say and doing things I wouldn't do. So to me, that's terrible. Or taking an artist that's passed away and having them do a new song with lyrics that they may not agree with. It's just, you know, it's a slippery slope that will hurt us more than it will help us.
Is there a benefit that you can see where you could use AI to enhance what you do?
I mean, we use, you know, automation here and there to help advance and make us sound better. But, you know, once you take the paintbrush out of the painter's hand, is it really a painting from him, you know?
Right. Well, it's an interesting question, isn't it? Is it? I mean, I don't know.
Like if somebody does an Ice Cube AI song, how could it be an Ice Cube song? It's an artificial, it's like a mannequin or a puppet, or, you know, that's how I look at it. It's not real.
Do you think it's going to kill us all, artificial intelligence? I interviewed Professor Stephen Hawking before he died. And I said, what's the biggest threat to mankind? He said, when artificial intelligence learns to self-design. That's it.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's already figuring us out in a lot of different ways. I've heard that it's learned how to lie.
Yeah.
You know, this is the, you know, in every science fiction movie, this is the beginning of the end.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
So I said with this messages up here, right? Got a message up here. Got Leonard the Yuta. What's up, Leonard the Yuta? Ice Cube snitching. They must have told him it's time to retire. He said, did he snitching, huh? What's good with you, Leonard the Yuta? So Leonard said he's snitching. Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. Teach his own, right? I guess that's how we have to look at it, right? That could be the perspective you're looking at it. I get you laughing at it, right? So what's good to you, brother? Again, he's saying AI, you know, again, my thing about what he was talking here about that AI. There's a lot of people who believe, okay, this self-actualization that this AI is going to become using have its own mind and like self, right? Well, but I kind of thought about that a little bit, right? So I'm thinking the AI got a God too, though, right? Does the AI got a God? Because see, that's what they trying to act as if like the AI don't got a God. The AI got a God, right? Remember, like in the movie, what was that, Terminator and Terminator 2, right? Because they said, you know, the worst thing that can ever happen is that when the actualization of the computers and when they be able to, you know, I guess manipulate what they doing, because he said, well, they can lie. Well, okay, let's look at all this. Let me talk about that a little bit, right? So remember in Terminator T2, remember T2 was, he was the more advanced part of it, right? And Arnold was that first version of it, right? So that's kind of like human beings. We the first version of this shit, right? And so you gonna tell me that T2 gonna run us out of business and be our damn, he gonna make us his slave, right? Well, if you remember that, right? It was the human aspect, that part of, let's say Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator, that put his ass in a situation that technology shit couldn't help him. Put his ass in that hot ass lava, right? He couldn't do no good. See, that's what I'm saying. Humans always gonna have an advantage. The problem is how they're doing this is, you like you just wait a minute. How about this? Let me tie this in what you just said, Leonard. You set up the damn snitch and being Ice Cube. Programmers are the goddamn snitches. Let me say that one more again. Instead of you saying Ice Cube being the damn snitch, it's the programmers who programming the AI who the fucking snitch. Well, what you mean by that, Mr. Bloody Man? What I'm saying is this. You know, used to be a time to say homie means friend. When other people didn't know what homie mean, right? When black folks say homie and what's good and, you know, right? Okie dokie and all, right? Things like that, right? How did the other nations, how did other people from around the world know the things, the vernaculars of the culture that black Americans have? You know why? People were telling you. That's how you knew, right? So AI is being told by programmers how to fight you, how to mimic you, what you like, what you think. I'm giving them all the information and all the data, right? So they can have an advantage on you, right? So what happens is you take all the choicest, smartest people, take them from all around, you got all the universities, again, that's like your, again, for the drafting into the system. We get all the highest, most, let's say, technological advanced and smartest people that we have, and we take them and we let you do this and you put that in there. So what we end up battling is a bunch of humans who do have flaw, and then put it inside a machine that it can only program and function according to all the information and data that it got. So if it got every piece of data that it needs against you, of course it looked like it can beat you. Of course it can't have no flaws because it's been programmed, right? But means that, well, as a human, it's still gonna be its God. So that means you still there's some fault in you somewhere. Somebody just gonna have to figure it out in the future, because we gonna win in the end any goddamn way. You tired of this damn AI shit, all that shit you want. But in the end, we still gonna win. You get what I'm saying? So that's some people who believe in that. So I ain't going to all that, oh, you know, AI is, you know, they're smarter, and they're gonna be perfect, and no such fucking thing, because a flawed ass person programmer. Matter of fact, if they wasn't flawed, how come when it comes to, let's say, facial recognition, when it comes to black people, they keep picking any black person? Because of white, racist ass white motherfucker was the motherfucking programmer. Let's just say the shit 100. The program motherfucker was the AI motherfucker is racist, so he kept putting he didn't make it so that the recognition would have variation. He gave some basic plain shit that looked like, to him, all niggas look the same. Just like the same way they was when they used to think all black people look the same. We used to look at it and say, like, how shit nigga, I don't look like that, but I don't look like him and he don't look like me. But all niggas look the same. No, I can understand, again, this ain't no now. Now, if you said Chinese people in the beginning when you first see them, they might have all looked alike. Ain't no damn way you said all black people look the damn same. But that was your biasness, right? So the same thing here. The God that creates the AI is biased. So that means he's going to have a flaw. You just, when you get the point to when you have to defeat him, you're going to find the flaw. And what I'm going to say, the flaw going to come from people who are not acclimated in the system. Because see, everybody believes that it's like saying the NBA. Everybody in the damn NBA, they believe that these got the best ball players in the world. The best football players in the world is in the NFL. And I'm pretty sure because a lot of people got to go to work and can't, do the things. And if the school that overlooked, there might be some people that's out here, right? But is that true? Well, they had movies about, remember, what was the movie with the one from the Philadelphia Eagles? He was a walk-on and got on, he ended up being a star playing on the, what was his name in New York? What was his name? John Starks, when he bagging groceries and shit and got into the league, and then he, you know what I'm saying? And he had his career. So yeah, the system always missed some of the best ones. So I'm saying that there's a part of that AI that you're gonna teach that down here at the low bottom of the peoples, that shit can't resonate down there because there's gonna be a certain way of moving and understanding that cannot compute. I cannot compute. I cannot compute. We gonna, when you get down here with us, down on the low end with the black, down here with the real low blacks, the one that everybody throw away, that nigga gonna have problems down here because he ain't gonna be able to compute how the fuck we moving. You get what I'm saying? How the way you move, because y'all all programmed by the system. You move, you've been programmed, you do, but down here where they poet, there's a whole nother damn different world, ain't it, right? You get what I'm saying? So some people may believe, they may not believe that, but I'm just saying, they gonna lose in the end, even though they think they're gonna be flawed. It's not gonna work that way. But that was AI and that whole talk, and I'm just saying that the AI got a God, but his God is flawed. And that means he got a hole in him. They think he don't got a hole, but I'm here to tell you, he got a damn hole in him, right? Leonard, did you say, what's up, bro? What's up with you as well, right? So you may agree, may not agree with it, but that's just what it is, right? So let me show you this here. Well, we're going to get into this culture violation, right? We're going to get into this culture violation. Now, as I was saying earlier, I was telling you that when you see some of these videos and you see the people that's out there in the streets and they out on drugs and, especially like in Philadelphia, they're showing it, right? But y'all remember, let me see, I'm going to keep this on the screen. They ain't going to get no sound, but I'm going to talk as I saw it. See this here on your screen? That's Andrew Yang and that was Chuck Todd. And what they were talking about is universal income, right? Well, universal income, because they say why? AI is taking over all the labor, the jobs that many, again, boomers and Generation X were at a time in this country where factories, labor was part of the transition from getting out of high school. If you didn't go to college, you went into the fields of factory labor, driving, working for the city, whether it be buses, trains, right? So it was a lot of manual labor jobs. But now that the technology is taking over, you have a generation and a half, almost two, that is going to be cut out. And so where do people like that go? Some people, they go back to school. Well, wait a minute. You've already been living 30, 40 years. You're not going to go back to damn school, right? So what happens to people like that getting displaced? You get what I'm saying? So what you're seeing is, while this fentanyl and all this shit being out here is because that is the remedy for them. They're giving them that so that can be the cure, so they can say, well, we didn't do it. They did it to themselves. But when you despaired and you ain't got nowhere to go and the system done chewed you like old gum, you ain't got no taste no more, you're going to be on the damn street. And so what you're starting to see, the zombie-like peoples, people being, specifically those in Philadelphia, you're seeing them white, but homelessness in itself is, like say California, you got a lot of us as black folks being out there. But you're seeing the damages because if you look at the age range of these people, it's not that people just want to be high and out there. They've been displaced. And a system that ain't got nothing to do with you is moving. It's like, say, for instance, when you talk about slavery, when it was the labor of agriculture, right? That was what the country was building itself off of. And then the competition came with the industry of the North, they claim, right? But they're going to make the textile industry. So now, in order for those two businesses couldn't merge because they weren't working with each other, one had to go. So you got rid of those of the slave industry so that the industry could survive and thrive, and then tax those and put them out of business, right? So now the industry had went and ran its course. Now it's outdated. Now they're going to bring in the technology. So look at black people have been here through the transition from slavery to the industry to now technology. And you think we're not going to get displaced? You understand? And then you even have those who are white. That's happening to them too. That those who fell in, again, Gen X, late baby boomers, middle baby boomers, and so forth, who now don't have no place to go and be. And so the newer generation you're being sold to, yeah, they just out here strung out on damn drug. No, they've been displaced. That's what the hell happened here. People are being displaced out here. And so this universal income is say, well, if we take this $1,000 a month or $1,200 a month, think about taking that. You know how some people, again, those who know about being on food stamps and WIC and welfare and housing, you know, motherfucker want to come to your house, knock on your door. We need to come check. You know what I'm saying? You need to do this. You need to do that. So that what becomes more controlling of the system because why? In order for you to keep getting that damn money, you're going to have to abide by the rules. And so that's more clamping down more on people who don't want to be controlled like that. But this is the only way you're going to make money because they say technology is going to take over all those places that they don't need you no more, which is going to displace a whole lot of people. Don't y'all see that's coming as they're going to crash this money, right? So a lot of stuff, this stuff is going to manifest itself, right? I got a message here. Let me see what this message is saying here. Facts, Leonard DeYuta says, right? So this displacement, man, it's real and it's coming. And those of you who are, let's say, in the beginning of the technology, you're going to get, if you don't keep updating, again, it's kind of like, again, look at NBA. You get drafted, you get, if you don't get, only one got the guarantee is the first pick, right? First round, maybe 1, 2, maybe the top 5 pick, maybe depending on which team you go on. But then next year, a new crop coming in. You got to still fight for your job. There's only 450 jobs in the NBA. So that means that revolving door is always changing. So Q was smart enough to take the ones that can't fit no more in the league, not because they can't play, and made a league out of it. So the NBA don't really want to fuck with him and say, wait a minute, you eating off us. Well, you've been eating off us, right? So Q being smart, but they ain't trying to fuck with Q like that, right? Say, oh, no, you ain't slick. You ain't slick. So they're not trying to promote that, but maybe put them out of business and then they take it for them damn self. You know what I'm saying? So the same thing here is people being displaced. So every year you got a new crop coming in. So you got to be top of your job. Or if you start falling down from being in the starting position, get to 6th man, you done fell to 8th man, you done fell to the 10th man, you're a practice dummy. You understand? But you just making the team. Now you're the 15th man. You out of the league now. You only been there 3 years. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, this is a eat its own children type of system. It's only, you only as good as they can use you. And, you know, a lot of people are so, you know, mesmerized and tied up in it. They can't see none of this stuff. And people who've been around, you see older people are leaving. You know, when you look at it, you know, it's rare to see people, again, from blacks, you're seeing, you know, what is it? You ain't seeing, it may see women who might be a little bit older, but men getting lower and lower. So when you ain't got men that been in the game and know how the game go, who gonna teach y'all? So we're gonna get to the point of the system is the only thing you're gonna be relying on. And they've been changing the game and rewriting, as Malcolm showed you, the history to the fact you ain't even gonna know how shit go. And it's gonna be easy to, you know what I'm saying, implement again. But they say, if you don't know your history, it's bound to happen again. So if you think that what happened and you tried it off to say, oh man, that happened a long time ago, that can't happen again, keep going and not knowing how everything happened and find out one day you might be going back there again. So again, that's what it is, right? So economic universal income, Martin Luther King talked about that, right? And so now they're saying, hey, it's a possibility because a lot of people are going to be displaced, okay? A lot of people. So when you think about it, what kind of remedy is there for black people who've been here since the inception of the beginning of what you call the United States? There's only one thing that can help this situation. Now, a lot of people got money. A lot of people got, they believe they got their chip stacked. They got their food and water and supplies ready for the catastrophe, but they ain't tell you how long it might be. And just like, you know, say, was that Walking Dead? You mean to tell me you the only one got food, water, and all the people outside who ain't got none? How you gonna go outside? Oh, because you live amongst other folks. That's your net, huh? Okay, even they're finding out they in a bad situation too. So ain't gonna be no safety, ain't gonna be no real, holding your shit. You gonna have to either help, share, or you gonna do just like that motherfucker movie of the Walking Dead. Y'all gonna be shooting motherfuckers to keep them from getting in y'all shit. That's just me talking. But anyway, I guess I can sum this up with just this.
Oh, say, can you see by the blood in the streets that this place doesn't smile on you, colored child, whose blood built this land with sweat and their hands. But you'll die in this place, and your memory reigns. Oh, say, does this truth hold This is not the land of the free, but the home of the slave.
The reparations lawsuit filed by the last 3 known survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. The survivors have been locked in a legal battle against the city of Tulsa, as well as other groups and officials, over the 1921 riot. A white mob killed up to 300 black Americans and devastated the city's Greenwood neighborhood. The dismissal of the lawsuit comes as some are trying to downplay the racial component to one of the most horrific displays of white supremacist violence in American history. Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters was recently asked how teaching about the Tulsa Massacre didn't violate his strict ban on critical race theory. His response, you sitting down? Quote, let's not tie it to the skin color. Meanwhile, in California, the fight for reparations reached a new level as a task force unveiled a comprehensive 1,000-page report on the ongoing harms experienced by African Americans as a result of slavery. The plan also proposes recommendations for financial compensation and could be a blueprint for other states to follow. Joining me now, Camilla Moore, attorney and chair of the California Reparations Task Force, and the Reverend Al Sharpton, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, president and founder of the National Action Network, and author of the book, Righteous Troublemakers. Thank you both very much for coming to the Sunday show. Rev, let me start with you. Your reaction to the news that an Oklahoma judge dismissed that reparations lawsuit filed by the last 3 survivors of the Tulsa Massacre.
Well, I think it's outrageous. Mother Fletcher, who you showed in the pictures, 109 years old, was at National Action Network, our weekly rally just 3 Saturdays ago. And when you hear the horrific story of what happened in Tulsa in 1921, she literally had to hide under beds to even survive it. Over 300 people killed based on the fact that a young black man in Tulsa was falsely accused of something with a white woman in the elevator downtown Tulsa. A mob came and put that young black boy in jail. The community, some of the men came down to stand and say, you're not going to lynch this boy. And whites gathered and burned down the Greenwood section, which became known as Black Wall Street, because all the businesses, the land, the property was owned by blacks, burned it to the ground, ended virtually everybody because they were black. And now you not only dismiss the lawsuit of people that suffered economically, lost everything, you're now going to have a school superintendent statewide that say, don't even mention race in a race massacre. That's like saying don't mention anti-Semitism about the Holocaust. This is outrageous, and it's something that gives with the climate we're in. If you go to Florida, take Black history or some black books out the schools. We are in an era where people are trying to really turn back the clock on us 60 years, and we need to fight back.
Chair Moore, let's talk about the California Reparations Task Force final report. Incredibly comprehensive, goes into detail on eligibility, compensation, and policy changes. The Governor Newsom, and the legislature are expected to begin considering the proposals next year. The number that jumps out is $1 million. Potentially per resident. Can you talk? How is that $1 million calculated?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with you both. What the task force decided was we hired 5 economists and public policy experts to help us calculate the pure monetary loss that African-American Californians have incurred since statehood over 5 harm areas, from health harms, mass incarceration and over-policing, unjust property takings, housing segregation, and devaluation of black businesses. So what that $1 million represents is we're not recommending that the state pay out $1 million. What that $1 million represents is the average 71-year-old African-American Californian has actually lost $1.2 million over their lifetime due to exclusionary state public policy. And so what we're actually recommending is for the state legislators to read our report, read that methodology, and then actually prescribe the monetary amounts based on that methodology.
And I am so glad I asked you that question because, that $1 million number is going to become part of a huge debate. And Chair Moore, according to a recent Pew poll, 80% of white Americans oppose reparations for the descendants of enslaved people. Are you prepared for the political blowback California and the task force may receive?
So we know that reparations, particularly for descendants of slaves, has always been a politically charged idea. The state task force, we actually created a public education committee that is working to educate California's public on our findings, as the intro to this segment noted, to change the hearts and minds of all Californians to support this idea. So we know there's a steep battle ahead, but we're prepared for the fight.
And Reverend Al, the report has been hailed by some task force members as a blueprint that other states could follow. As the issue of reparations makes its way through the state legislature and becomes a national debate, what are your thoughts on Republican candidates potentially using it as a major issue in 2024?
I think that, first of all, as you know, Jonathan, I've been an advocate for reparations for many years. I think that the fact that they have done it in a methodical way in California and then other states are now beginning to pick it up, I think shows the seriousness of it. And no one can deny that we are owed for building a country that our forefathers never got paid for and that we in our lifetime suffer from. I mean, my parents couldn't go to certain schools because of segregation. We're not talking about by years ago. We're talking about in our lifetime. So I think that it is a clear moral and factual basis for it. Politically, I think you are right. Some Republicans will use it. And I think the answer is, well, let me get this right. You don't want affirmative action to correct what happened, which is a conservative remedy. You don't want to repair the damage you did, because you must remember, we talk about government repairing what government did. We, by law, couldn't go to certain schools. By law, couldn't sit in the front of a bus. By law, were slaves. So what are you saying? That blacks are just genetically inferior, and that we just, by some genetics, couldn't equal everybody else in education, that we don't own land, that we don't have the same wealth? This is all because of what was done by government. Government must repair what government does. And I think the fight back with the right wing and Republicans are, if you don't want affirmative action, you don't want reparations, then tell us what is it that you want to remedy what was done to us and continues to be done. Make them say that we just think you serve for nothing, you can't rise up to the occasion, and we're marking you out. Make them say it.
Chair Moore, in the 20 seconds we have left, I hear you testifying in the background. I'll give you the last word.
No, what Reverend Sharpton is saying is absolutely right. You know, in the instance of California and throughout the report, but I'll just note housing segregation. In our report, we define actually exclusionary public policy, like how federal, state, and local government created segregation through redlining, zoning ordinances, school and highway sitting decisions, and discriminatory federal mortgage policy. So to his point, there's actual exclusionary public policy that we can point to that justifies the need for reparations.
California reparations tax.
We are back. So now again, people gonna have their problems with Reverend Al Sharpton. I'm not gonna tell you I don't either. Sister there, Kamala, with the California reparations. We done talked about that on this show. We done said that we probably think that's more like, but we're gonna address a little bit about how they did drop that case in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we know that there's 3 survivors from the 1921 survivor. There's a Leslie Benningfield Randall, there's Viola Fletcher, and there's Hugh Van Ellis, and all of them are over 100 years old, right? They go back to what we call Black Wall Street, where they call it a 2-day terrorist. But you heard the individual there, the white individual, say that this was never about skin color, but they call it a race riot. So what do we not understanding the word race that had nothing to do with skin color, right? But maybe it's because, again, just like the reason why they end up dropping the case is a user said that they were babies, that the detriment that would have happened, they didn't have nothing happen to them. You know what I'm saying? They were just babies, 7 years old. You know, got over it, get over it. You know what I'm saying? And they use time of the essence and so forth. And it's just the continuous of them showing their trueness when it comes to tragedies that deal with, again, Black Americans, Autochthonous, Indigenous, Needy, Moors. A lot of us have those umbrella terms, but when you break it all down, biologically, we're going to be still cut from the same cloth of the same people, but we have many hats that we wear. So those who are in the particulars, when it comes to that, will teach his own, but I know biologically, we still gonna be family. So you take whichever moniker you need that designate you, that's fine by me. But in the case of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and what happened, the backdrop story is about what? A shoeshine Black boy and a white girl in the elevator. But it didn't happen right then and there. You know what really started that whole shit? The newspaper put it in the newspaper and said, what we gonna do about what took place, right? They were the ones who lit that wick, and then all the things that transpired for those 2 days, when you having planes dropping bombs and all that, we had to say, well, who owned planes and was the administrations involved in all that? And yet they were able to chide it all off and say, you know what? Charge that shit to the game. You understand? Charge it to the motherfucking game. So with that being said, so then when you talk about California and the reparations, that whole hoax there to me is that when you say $1 million that you're going to give to somebody who's lived in about 70 years old being in California, when I broke that down, somebody who's been to jail more like from the 80s and 90s that been in California can get a check and this is really not about reparations as the reparation that you might be thinking. It's not about, has nothing to do with slavery. It's all about living in California, and California really having, you know, legislations and programs and ideologies and tactics that they did against Black Americans living in California. So it had nothing to do with the whole thing when it comes to our history going back, when you're talking about 1865 and back, right? So that's kind of a front, and they're using that again. They I'll put it this way: if there wasn't for independent media like myself and others who do this kind of stuff, some of that stuff that they used to, you know, get over on TV, and they just had their way, and you sit and you talk with your family members, depending on certain of them are, you know, astute and about politics and things like that. That just went over everybody's head, and they just selling that. Now that we have independent news outlets and media, everybody can give their own interpretation and breakdowns of it, and it gives all of the viewers from different people who you watch to have a fuller understanding of how things are operating. And so even though here it was with the Tulsa, they lost about 10,000, they became homeless, right? There was a white mob that came in there, and they did what they did, and they just dismissed the whole case, right? And they left I guess a back door when they dropped the case and said with prejudice, right? There's a term in law, with prejudice and without prejudice, right? With prejudice means, I don't know, is that done? You can't come back, or without prejudice means you can. I think it's one of the two, right? So you can, don't hold me to that, but it's without means it's either the case is dismissed and you can trial again, or with prejudice is that. It's either or, but one of them, but they labeled this one with prejudice. So that means I don't know if they can come back and try it again, because those who are avid watchers over here, I remember I took you back to when they did it in 2005, when Johnny Cochran was the second attorney, right? And the lead attorney just happened to be Barack Obama's teacher over at Harvard. Named some Charles Ogletree, if I remember. I think his name is Charles Ogletree. And but there were some things that was in the background. If you go back and do your research, you'll see that there were some things that he was having problems with at the university about a situation, but he was a lead attorney, and here he is as the professor, and let them get that case thrown out on time of the essence. So I just kind of speculate that there may have been some, you know, mysterious things. And then it was funny that Johnny Cochran later on decided that he was going to fight for reparation, then what ended up happening. He passed away, right? So Johnny figured out he knew how to do it, and so ended up not happening. So now the thing is, with this culture violation I'm talking about, based on the fact that this reparation talk, I seen somebody say something, right? I seen a couple things. Matter of fact, just to get another politician, I seen on the show, some of y'all might know Marcel is it Marcel Dixon? No, Marcel, what's Marcel's name? It's not Dixon. But I seen on his show, there was Vernon Jones was on there, and they were talking about reparations. I just want y'all to hear this two little parts, and then we're going to get to the meat of the violation that I've been talking about. But we're going down the road because, as I showed you, as they want to start bringing in universal income, because people from Gen X on back, middle baby boomers and so forth, who were the generation that didn't need to go higher education, that came right out and became, it was again part of the, again, when you talk about that transition from us, from the South, from the 1930s to the 1910 to 1940 to 1970s, when we start coming into these cities and making that transition. I seen that dude on Fresh and Fit try to use them statistics to talk about how in the 1940s we was 40%, didn't use 47%. But what he don't realize is the transition of us leaving from the South, coming up into the cities, and the only reason why they had us come up there because we was to get some of them jobs because of World War was that 1 or 2 when they needed people. So of course they brought us up again. You got called up for a 10-day contract by the NBA to have you to get some work. So yeah, you might have got some income and you might be able to use that statistically. But what happened as everything waned back and got back to normalizing, everybody got displaced, right? Once again. So let me show you this, and then I'm going to show you that there was some legislation that just recently just went to really undermine the whole movement towards this. But let me show you a black person and look at him as a politician and look at how he answered when it deals with reparations. Listen, this will be right back.
Speak to reparations, because you know I'm a reparationist. Marcel, he and I both are reparationists. We believe in the repair of Black America. We understand that the only policy that will change the state and fate of Black America is reparations. Please speak to that.
Well, first of all, the biggest sin in America is slavery. Nobody can disagree with you on that. But let's think about reparations. You know, and for 275 plus years, Black people worked and never saw a paycheck. So I can understand why people feel that way, clearly. But if we're going to talk reparations in all fairness, let's start with Africa. Africa needs to start paying. You know why? Although white folks bought slaves, Black folks sold slaves. That's real. You can find it. That's factual. Now, if you decide to give out, let's say California decided to give out reparations to Black people. First of all, which Black people? Because first thing I'm going to say to Kamala Harris, is she going to get a check or is she going to get an invoice? Didn't her family own slaves? And is she poor? Does she need a reparations check? Does she get a check or does she get an invoice? Does Obama get a check or an invoice? So if you are going to give reparations, if you give the average person $1,000, you give them $300,000. Now that money from most of them are going to be spent right away, and then they're going to be broke again. So I think if you are going to do reparations, let's look at where there is a long-term effect, where it affects people for the long haul. What I mean by that, let's look at HBCUs, for example, historical Black colleges and universities. Especially right now, you see what's happening with affirmative action. So what if we start investing through reparations in these historical Black colleges, building them up, letting that be the breeding ground, because it's been the breeding ground, if you will, the economic, if you will, breeding ground for some of the best and the brightest scholars in math, science, arts, religion, politics. So what if reparations went there and we're educating the future generation? Because in fairness, none of us can really say we built this country because we weren't slaves. You're not going to find Black people going to work for free. A lot of them won't work when they're being paid because they feel like they're not being paid enough. So I'm just being realistic here. If you are going to do reparations, let's do it where it really has a long-term effect. What really has the long-term effect, and even at HBCUs, white students, they want to, they can go to HBCUs. They're already going there. But education, to me, open their eyes and giving them an opportunity to go beyond just a paycheck, where they go from working for a paycheck to maybe owning businesses, and they're writing, they're the ones who signing checks, and they're creating jobs and creating opportunities. So that's my position on that. But I understand why.
Back. Well, so we back, right? Now, that was Vernon Jones. Now, he's a representative, right? Now, again, it's funny as hell to me how we have people who look like us, supposed to be cut like us, but boy, they have the ideology when it comes to, they get to shuffling them damn feet, showing them hands, and they know how to slide that shit somewhere else, do they not? So the first thing he says is, well, look how he explains that when you talk about reparation, you're talking about our ancestors and the story that's been laid down to what we supposed to have done. Look how he puts it. He said they worked and never received a paycheck. Is that what that was? Worked and never received a paycheck. Right? Was that what that was called? Work and never received. We don't want to use the real term for what it is. You soften the blow. Because why? Where he goes to work at, the constituents that he work with. You know what I'm saying? So we be sending people to represent, but they so outnumbered. And they know that, and they want to kind of say that, but what they want to do is they want to sell to you and I ways to, make you delay it. Don't be in such a rush. We're gonna get something. We're gonna figure a way to do this instead of just being like Eric Mays. You know what I'm saying? Those who again, remember I tell you, I go over there and watch Eric Mays over there in Detroit and what's going on over there, right? And you see what he has to do. Got to go to court and all this stuff to fight for what they trying to deny them from getting, and trying to use like the incompetence of Black people and being council people that they can't get things done. It's because you have so many of our people who, yeah, you educated, you got degrees, but you there for the individual of yourself, and you're not going to blow up your spot for the group, right? They're not going to do that. So what they're going to do is shuck and jive you so they can delay and stall so they can make other deals so that when they do have to get out of there, they got another avenue which you can get into and make some money and so forth, right? So then he goes into talking just like them. The point he said, right? He said Africans need to be first to pay at reparation. I don't disagree that Africa don't supposed to, if we're gonna go with that story, right? If we're going with that whole story that we were brought from Africa on boats, then yeah, there are some culpabilities. But remember that whole situation remember with Don Lemon was talking to the press, what was her? She was a press secretary for the Queen. And she did that same song and dance. Well, you know, Africa was the first one to sell you, so it's like, why won't they start first? Yeah, deflection, no accountability, but always telling you to pull yourself by your bootstrap. But when it comes to you, it's like, well, none of them is still here. You're not none of them. Somebody else should pay first, right? Where's the backbone at? None. We have no backbone. None when it comes to those things and people in those positions. There is none. Then he goes into although whites bought. Now look at this, what he said. Although the whites did buy Blacks, it was Blacks who sold them. What type of nigga is you? You know what I'm saying? What type of nigga is you? I mean, you got to say it, because you know why? He got to go back a month. He can't say it for what it is, right? That's like saying, okay, for those who grew up from the 80s up during the crack era, if you bought some and the police caught your ass, was you going to jail? If the cat that sold it was going to jail, what about the one that was buying it? Is he going to jail too? Or is he doing, as Leonard DeYuta say, snitching so he can get less time? In this case, your snitching ain't going to give you less time. What your snitching going to do is implicate you that you're a culprit, right? But that's what he said. He said, oh, well, just because they bought, but, you know, it was the Blacks who sold it. You know, it was Black folks who need to pay. Come on, man. You know how weak you sound when you do that? But when they get in front of us, they can say anything, right? They tell us any damn thing because there's no repercussion. Again, cultural violations, not minding your own business, right? Cultural violations. A lot of people get in front of our faces. We as Black Americans, the Tacitus, Digits, Nijis, Moors, all the brother in turn, or caps that we wear that we call different names, but biologically we the same, right? We get many people get up on our damn face, boldly, loudly, right? Saying all kind of shit, okay? Then he goes to, well, okay, well, we're going to give reparations. What about Kamala? We know damn Kamala Harris ain't Black. Y'all played that game. That was, what was her name? What was her name? That press was secretary for the Washington. That was her getting arguing with Don Lemon. Yeah, she's Black. Don Lemon, no, she's not. What do you mean her parents are Jamaican? See, we're going to get to what is Black. Because a lot of people don't know what do they mean when they say Black, right? Okay, Black may be, okay, this term that they're using, but when it comes to hearing about reparations, about that specific event, historical event, in them peoples, that's specific. That's not general. That don't leave that term so ambiguous that everybody just get to come in and know damn well you ain't got nothing in on that. But they got their cultural violations. They'll do it because they feel there's no repercussions for none of their actions. He goes into about how Obama got, right? Obama, right? Obama got a white mama from Kansas, and his daddy from Africa, and he was born in Hawaii. Is he supposed to get a check? No, he ain't supposed to get no damn check. because he don't come from there. But you know, let me tell y'all something that they got out there. You ever heard of John Punch? John Punch is supposed to be Barack Obama's mama's ancestors. And he probably been the first one who they claim was a slave in Virginia. Let me say that one more again for those slow in the back. Did y'all not know these mothers went back and tried to find a way to wedge him in when we won't accept his ass? That now all of a sudden that John Punch, which is John Bunch, the first slave on record, not okay, because then they got the other one too, right? But this one, who they deemed as a slave, is just happened to be Barack Obama's relative through his white ancestry. Now, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, right? A white person got a black person who go back to being a slave. Keep that as a mental note as we go forward, okay? Then he go with the old cliche. A lot of y'all, and I'm gonna tell you, I believe that Dave Chappelle owed black Americans a goddamn apology. What are you talking about, Mr. Blows Your Minds? You know when he made that damn joke, right? When he did that skit about black people and reparations and saying that joke about all he gonna do is give it right back. So everybody use that. That's a byword now. By joke. Oh, black people get money, all they gonna do is blow it. Well, goddamn, we need more people to with the least amount. Everybody else been using our tax money to help them to get in, to get themselves situated and so forth. Nothing's been, allocated back to us. And so there's many of us who are just, on the bottom rung of this shit. Not because we just don't have or, we just been perpetually in this situation. Again, I'm going to show you something in statistics that a lot of the black people who are so much against reparations, because a lot of them don't come from that long lineage. A lot of them was part of them already, them free blacks. Let me say that one more again for those slow in the back. A lot of these people that be talking that be in opposition to us getting reparations is because a lot of them came from the already free blacks. So they ain't never really suffered. They already had people already. Let's say, if you want to say, if he believes education is going to resolve this, as I said earlier, if everybody go to school, everybody not students, everybody's not going to be that. No matter, again, with the competition, there's going to always, let's say, if there's 45 children in a classroom, if you rank the 45 that graduate, there's going to be number 1, and there's going to be number 45, and 44, and 43, and 42, right? So them 45, 43, 42s, and you take the other ones from another class of 45, 43, them going to be the ones that probably not going to get to higher education. Am I right or wrong? So there's some people who won't have that. So they say, well, y'all just the dredge of society. We don't give a shit what happened to you, right? Throw their ass away because why? They can't answer tests. They don't study enough to drink all the damn Kool-Aid to give the right damn answer. You know what I'm saying? There's some people who mechanically inclined. There's some people who technically inclined. There's some other people who just have other kinds of abilities and skills that we don't look at none of that shit. So it's either this way, that way, and then the rest of y'all that get in that, y'all think that somehow y'all better than everybody else. I done told you already your number of college and springs in this damn system, right? That's what a lot of you are. But I'm just here telling. I got Aboriginal knowledge. What's good, bro? I want to thank you again for that cash app that you sent me. Leonard DeYuta says Kamala about as black as Joe Biden, right? Exactly. But see, what they want to do is they use the word Jamaican, and Jamaican just denotes a generality that many people are going to say, what? You're black because you're Jamaican. They ain't white Jamaicans. Then them with them two island boys. The island boy. Right? Right? What's that? Island boys, huh? Right? I seen them last week, they tongue kissing each other and shit. I hear my fucking wow. Anyway, right? So I'm just saying that he goes on and he says that $300,000 will be spent, that money be spent so damn fast. Well, guess so. When you are people that need a lot, you gonna spend because you don't have. If I let's say I dropped your ass off in a helicopter in a desert, in the middle of a hot ass desert, and you couldn't get your ass out there. Then I come back an hour later with a glass of water. And I hand that shit to you. How fast would that water go down your throat like you didn't even have no damn water? right? Because you thirsty, you dry as shit. Well, that's like black people with no money. We like being in the desert with nothing. If you get some, of course, that money gonna go fast because you need a lot, because you've been deprived and disenfranchised for so damn long. Then of course, if you get some money, and everybody placates to the fact to say, all you gonna do is buy some Jordans, you're gonna buy some Popeyes chicken, you're damn right gonna buy all that shit. It's my money. You know, it's funny how people like to tell somebody when they get there, when you get your damn check, ain't nobody get to tell you what the hell you gonna spend on. You do what the hell you gonna do with it. But when it comes to black folks getting some damn money, everybody worry about what the hell you gonna buy with. You ain't gonna do nothing but just give it away. What the fuck do you care? What the fuck do you care about what I do with my damn money? A lot of y'all got a lot, again, cultural violations, right? So let me show you the second part, because ain't nothing else I need to say about that, because again, he goes on to talk about being broke again. A lot of us, he said, and then he did, let me go ahead. He said, a lot of us weren't even slaves. Well, what kind of shit is that? A lot of us weren't slaves. Now, again, tell me the day, the month, and the year that slavery stopped. I'll wait. If you can answer that, if you can give me the right answer. No, I ain't gonna say right answer. Tell me the day, the month, and the year, I'll give you $1 million. Tell me when it stopped. Tell me when it stopped. I'll give you $1 million. Because you can't. Because it never stopped. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. It never stopped. You keep telling yourself that. Remember what Will Smith said to Jaden Smith in that movie? I keep telling myself something until the day I stop. Remember, I should have played that. But anyway. But y'all might know what I'm talking about. That movie, that little scene where he was telling him the day he stopped believing in that story. Right? You keep believing a story and thinking that something is true, and then in actuality, you see it, it ain't real. It's just not in the same form. It's called evolution. Evolved. The game evolved. So it's done in a different way, but it's the same as damn game. Right? So we weren't slaves. And he said, then he goes into this cliche, a lot won't work, even though you still don't get next to nothing in money. Who gonna work? See, that's the funny part. You say black people don't want to work. Wait a minute. If you've been in the game from the inception and you done seen how the tricks of the trades of the game is, you can't pay me the same thing you paying a damn immigrant coming in here who, like out of the desert, he willing to take that. But I've been in the game. I got generations in the game. You don't expect me to take that, do you? So we don't want to work because it ain't enough. We ain't gonna, if I can't survive off that, what's the point of taking it? You know what I'm saying? Working poor, right? I'm up with this working poor. People working, but just enough just to get by. And that's supposed to be cool. But isn't it funny, right as the damn wages has went up? Did y'all notice that? Right as the damn minimum wage went to $12, $13 in some states and so forth, right? You'll find in a lot of states it's still $5 and $7 an hour, right? In some of these states, especially right now in the South, right? And then federal went up to like 16, but look what happened. Look what they did. They're bringing every motherfucker from every other way outside from here. And keep telling the mantra, you don't want to work those type of jobs. Well, shouldn't them damn jobs, again, the strenuous work and the profit that you're making, shouldn't the raise of that go up? That a standard of American would go in there and work. You know, a person would go in there and work if they could get a hard day's working. You know, some women like a man coming home funky from a hard day's work. That nigga been out there working a day. Clean up, cook this food for the nigga, you know what I'm saying? Do it. He paying all these bills, working hard like that. If it was worthy, who gonna break that damn back funky? Then the motherfucker coming back and they still talking about shit. They still about to cut the lights off. They're gonna cut the gas off. You can't pay cable. Who gonna do that? And so you sell the mantra that motherfuckers don't work, so you can bring in cheap labor. And it must be feasible. It must be easy. Put it this way. You know what they did to our people in 1865 when they said they're going to give the contract and then we're going to go back onto the plantation and they're going to pay us. But then what ended up happening is we would work and then they wouldn't pay us. Well, that's kind of like what they're probably doing now. I seen in Chicago, they're about to go back and open back the Cabrini Greens and rebuild all these damn apartment units. Like, oh, so they're going to bring new projects. like they built the projects the first damn time. And who were the people they had up in the projects the first damn time? Projects weren't built for you black folks. Y'all got that shit twisted. The projects was never built for you. You just inherited after they took away what they had while they was there. That's all that was, right? So now they're going to rebuild them again. So what the game must be is we building these units because we having a hard time with this housing with all these mugs we bringing. So they're going to do just like they did with us. You build the housing, you're going to make rent affordable for them to pay. You paying them a minimum, whatever you paying them, and then you're going to get the money back that you paying them from there. They're going to pay the damn rent. They'll keep their ass a hamster on that goddamn wheel. Huh? That's what's going to happen. You heard it right here. Right? But anyway, so that's what he said. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So we weren't slaves. We won't work because we get nothing next to nothing. And then he goes into they should invest in HBCUs. Really? Deion told you that. You see what Deion did, right? Deion Sanders, right? HBCUs is not exclusive for black people. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing in this country that is exclusively for what we call black, indigenous, Moors, right? Ain't nothing exclusive for you. There's nothing. Nothing. So HBCU is bull. Now you see now when you watch the videos and they showing them marching, you're seeing all kind of them. All it used to be one time it was all us in there. Oh, that doesn't change. Because why? Now what that affirmative action them do, a lot of them filling them up. They already had this shit planned, y'all. If y'all don't know, they already had this shit planned. Right? They already had this shit planned. Don't fall for that banana in the tailpipe ass shit if you want. So we're gonna use that to breeding our future. No, they're breeding us out of there. We're gonna start getting bumped out of there by other people coming here. We should have been the dominant. We should have been that, but the name black, historical black colleges, that's just a name, but that we didn't control, we don't own. And now you got some of the presidents, they other people's. So you think when other people come here, they don't understand how to make things for their own people? See, we the only ones that get jobs and positions that we be, and we don't be filling out. We don't be pipelining and underlying railroading our people in a position because we don't want to feel I'm racist, but everybody else do that shit. Let me say that one more again. When we be getting a position where we can be the hirers, we be too scared to be putting all our damn people in there. We get everybody else to show. See, I'm diverse. I'm not racist, but everybody else make sure they bring all their damn people in here. You get what I'm saying? It's funny as hell. Yeah, some of you gonna leave about it. Hey. Who again? Nobody gonna say it. They scared to say that, right? They're scared to say that, right? So let me hear this last part what he said in here, and then we're gonna move on because I want to show you this law that they saw. Let me show you this.
You can't just completely throw that out because Obama, they call him black. Obama's mother is from Kansas. His father is from Kenya. Mm-hmm. Obama said he was born in the United States. When you look at Kamala, she's from the United States, although she has some heritage going back to, I think, the Caribbeans. But what about the blacks who have mixed heritage or lineage as well? Some of them can say they're direct descendants. Some of them can say, you know what, my daddy, when you go and start tracing lineage and all that, you're going to run into a lot of stuff. And you're going to run into a lot of, well, wait a minute, I think I should qualify here. So when you get into all of that and split all those hairs, it's going to be a nightmare. I just want to take a reasonable and a rational approach if we're going to address reparations. And again, I'll go back to this. Are people going to get checks? Because first of all, who's paying the federal government? You said the federal government is going to do this. Well, who's paying the federal government? You and me. And Tamara, we're paying the federal government. So our money is going to go to the federal government and come back, and some of us going to get some and some of us not. And some of folks who say, well, I'm just as black as I don't care about my lineage. I'm black. I don't care. You can't find that much of me being black from Africa. And there's so much into that. It's going to get so intertwined. But again, if we looked at from historical institutions, historical black institutions that were founded because we could not go to those traditional majority colleges. You're educating the future. You're educating those who could take those resources and change the dynamics of the whole of our community in terms of pulling ourselves up to the next level. But if you just give it to everybody out there who, for the most part, come on, let's think about it. When you hit the lottery, how many people hit the lottery millions and before you know it, they broke? They're broke. What's left? Nothing. But if you invest in that mind, that'll take that person to the grave and take some other people, the next generation, to the grave, because when they make it, their kids are going to make it. So, we can go back and forth on that. The fact of it is, I think I clearly understand why there's a concern, and like you said, to some people were given reparations. We have not been given reparations, but if you're going to give it to us, I'm hearing about everybody's going to get $350,000. Well, you know what? If what people should be saying, Black people should be saying, you're sending billions to Ukraine.
Exactly.
But you can't send billions to our schools. You can't send billions to our infrastructure. And you voting, they line up and vote for Joe Biden. When you look right now, again, in the Black community right now, there's been a 90% surge, higher than anybody else, on the increase of unemployment. How did that happen? Because they voted for Joe Biden, the man that's in charge. You can't say under Trump, Black people did extremely well under Trump. So, to me, the focus, and I'm just speaking for me, my little world, I think we're getting caught up in the thick of thin things. This whole thing for Black people, start and stop with our vote. If you said something earlier, Marcel, and you say a lot of things, some things you say I think is on the moon, and some things you say I think is right here in front of me. This is one of those things right here in front of me. If 20% of Black people decided today they're going to vote in a Republican primary, they could determine who the Republican nominee is going to be. That's why every white politician running the Democrat ticket, they do everything they can to be the one to get the Black vote in the Democratic primary, because if you get that Black vote in that Democratic primary, more likely you're going to win the nomination. So what if Black people say, you know what, in this upcoming election 2024, 20% of us, we're going to show you guys, 20% of us just going to cross over and vote in the Republican primary. And then 20% of us are going to vote in the general election. If you don't think that will not yield results and get people's attention, you're out of your mind. But guess what? Joe Biden and Democrats know what Black people, all we got to say, Republicans are going to put you back in chains. And you know what? Republicans are racist. And it's going to scare the hell out of Black people. And they're going to say, I'm taking the less of two evils. Joe Biden is the only evil because of what he's already done to Black people. And so, reparations is important, but gosh, let's make sure we.
It's really not even worthy of talking about this cat. I mean, he will convince you a car that your ass like and tell you that's not the car that you should get. You got the money to get it and everything, but he'll convince your ass that ain't the motherfucking car you want. I mean, you know what I'm saying, man? It sometimes behooves me on how some people, I mean, you try to convince them to go against what naturally should be done. And that's what you're getting paid to do. And they think you can't see that shit. That was crazy, right? So let's just look at a little bit what he's saying to get through with this from his ass. Because again, he's talking about Barack Obama and them, and they're talking about how they being white and so forth. And then he's talking about how that the checks from the government, again, federal government, right? When you're talking about reparations, you're actually talking about the federal government. The stuff that's coming from the states, well, the reason why the states are trying to do it is because the states were the ones that are actually allowing us not to be from a legality as slaves. Those who watch this show and know what I'm talking about, remember the Corwin Amendment? If any of y'all went and go look that up and read what I showed you about that, you know what was the real 13th Amendment and that whole process, how they did that. And so how they get around that is state. Remember, there's federal government and then there's state government. Federal already done sanctioned. Federal was saying, Well, they got the little clause. Well, except for it lets you go to jail, right? So that's the little clause. But technically, again, as I said, you might think something don't exist. It still exists. Just maybe you don't think that, right? He goes into that whole thing about I'm black, even though I can find in my lineage I'm black. So everybody gonna be able to say that the political parties and the position that all that stuff is fluff ass talk. That ain't real shit. That's all bullshit. But he's gonna sell it. Now, what I want to show you is, see that being somebody who's supposed to represent you and going there, but look how he going in there. He going in there, you know what I'm saying, noodle back with no backbone, even though he knows they're not gonna do it, but he doesn't even take the position of that stance because he don't want to lose his status and stuff like that inside of it. So look at what they came with over in Texas. Let me show y'all something right quick. Let me show you let me put that up on the screen. It says Texas rep introduced bill to bar federal bailouts of state that implement reparations. Okay. Let me show you what they're talking about on this, right? Let me show you. Now, they said the Texas GOP House members introduced a bill to block federal bailouts for states or municipalities that implement reparation programs. Texas Republican Rep Brian Babin introduced the No Bailout for Reparation Act last week, which will prohibit federal bailouts or financial assistance from going to states or municipalities operating programs giving reparation for slavery. American taxpayers should be forced to pay for the radical race-based reparation payments to please the woke left, Babin told Fox News Digital. Okay. Then he said, my bill ensures that the government entities enact reparation law based on race, ethnicity, national origin, or slavery cannot receive federal bailouts. The Texas Republican continued. According to the Babin's bill, the United States government, including the Federal Reserve System and independent agencies, may not provide any loan, grant, or other forms of financial assistance to the government of any state or political subdivision thereof, or any agency or instrumentally of such a state or political subdivision that enacts into law any programs providing reparation on the basis of slavery or race, ethnicity, national origin, or historical practice related thereto. This bill also shall only apply to the unit of government so enacting a reparation program. Back in the bill are 13 of Babin's GOP colleagues, including Texas Rep. Troy Hind, I think that's Nealis, and Ronnie Jackson, Republican Burris Owens of Utah, and Rep. Scott Franklin of Florida. Okay, since Babin comes at a subject of reparations is being pushed in several states and cities, including California and Atlanta, the most populated counties in perhaps the country. Most important swing state is taking on the fraught subject of reparations. And one of its task force members tell Fox News Digital its mission is part of why the U.S. is unique in the world. In Fulton County, Georgia, the task force has been appropriated $250,000 to investigate the county's past and whether it should financially atone for the past transgressions against its black population. Of all the places I've been, I've never been anywhere where the society has taken such an effort to, in blood and treasure, correct past wrongs. Task force members like Mike Russell told Fox News Digital this week, I am very proud of that as American. The system is not perfect. I would never tell anybody that, but if I tell people this all the time, folks leave places where everybody looks exactly like them and are literally dying to get here. There's a reason for that. And that is because the United States still is a land of opportunity, and we have done a tremendous job, not a perfect job, a tremendous job of correcting past wrongs, right? Now, listen to that, right? So basically, they just said anything dealing with government that's trying to get money to pay for reparations, they're making a bill that says there'll be no funding by the federal government. Okay? So all these states that's talking about making or trying to pay for reparations, the federal government this Babin has created a bill that's going to block any state that's trying to do that. So what are they saying? Right? They tell you straight up with a straight face what it is. Right? Now, why is that? Told you, the Corwin Amendment, 13th Amendment, the original 13th Amendment. When before the secession happened, Congress, House and Senate voted, and they passed the Corwin Amendment, which was to say that they could never take away slavery from the federal. So if you start paying reparations and the federal will start to do it, guess what ended up happening? You open the door for us to get it. And that would break what they had already done. So you have to ask them, then is what I told y'all true? Is that true that slavery from the federal was still in play? And the by part is state, with the little exception that they use clause, except for jail. I mean, you're going to jail. But does that mean that the game isn't what it still is? So some people may see that, some people may not think that, right? So that's kind of crazy, right? So now the thing becomes the cultural violation, what I'm talking about, right? So think about that. They're going to pass a bill. They got a bill in that, and they wanted to go pass to block anything that any state will deal with. They even said the IRS. They even said what's the other one? With the money, the Federal Reserve. All of them. If any of them and they subdivisions and affiliates, they make a law, can't deal with none of that. So what are they telling us? What are they telling us? Okay. So then I seen this. Now this is this here, right? Listen to this and be right back.
Reason why I do not support slave lineage-based reparations. I support race-based reparations. Let me give you one nugget. We have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, 32 great-great-great-grandparents, 64 great-great-great-great-grandparents. Are you aware? I want you to understand, overstand, and understand me. Are you aware? Stay focused. Stay focused, baby. Stay focused. Consciousness over cookies right now. Politics over the punani right now. Stay focused. We talking revolution. Are you aware that there are white people in America who have an African ancestor who served on the plantation? I said, are you aware that there are millions of white people in America who had an ancestor who served on a slave plantation? I said, are you aware that there are millions of white people in America who have an African ancestor who served on the plantation? Let me give you an example. There's a white person whose great-great-great-great-grandfather raped his great-great-great-great-grandmother. There's a white person whose great-great-great-great-grandfather, who was white, raped his great-great-great-great-grandmother. The product of that rape was a black woman who was extremely fairly complected. Post-slavery, because that family ended up being able to pass for white, they passed for white. They amalgamated into white society. They integrated into white society. They live their life as white, but they are the great-great-grandchild of an enslaved African woman. So lineage-based reparations, which is ridiculous to identify your lineage with slavery, but slave lineage-based reparation says, if you are the descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. If you are the descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. You didn't say if you are African, you can get paid. You said you don't support race-based reparations. You support lineage-based reparations. So since you don't support race-based reparations, you support lineage-based reparations. So you don't believe, you believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. You believe you can get reparations for your ancestry. You don't have to be black. So here's my question. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when millions of white people come forward claiming to be American descendants of slaves? They don't claim to be African. They don't identify as African. And you don't require them to be African. You only require that they be a descendant of a slave. So let me tell you what you fools have just done. Let me tell you what you fools have just done. Let me tell you what you fools have just done. By disqualifying race-based reparations and by supporting lineage-based reparations, you reject the African immigrant. You disqualify the African immigrant from reparations, but you automatically qualify millions of white people for reparations. I hope you're listening to me right now. I hope you are understanding, overstanding, and understanding my message. That's why we Pan-Africanists don't get caught up in this YouTube reparations jargon. We Pan-Africanists are too politically mature and intellectually astute to get caught up in this YouTubian reparations conversation. You hate African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants so much, you will do anything to shut them out of reparations. They are only 3 million in number. They are only 3 million in number. They are only 3 million in number, but you disqualify race-based so they don't get no money. You go to lineage-based reparations, slave lineage that is. Ridiculous, but nonetheless, you go to slave lineage-based reparations. So now because it's lineage and not race. Now because it's lineage and not race. Now because it's lineage and not race, white people can now qualify for reparations. You have at least 25 million white folks who say they can prove they had an ancestor on the plantation and they have the records to prove it. You have over 25 million white people in the United States who say they can prove they had an African ancestor on the plantation. So you disqualify 3 million African immigrants from getting reparations by throwing out race-based reparations, and now you qualify 8 times that number of white people. Now you qualify 8 times as many white people. Now you qualify 8 times as many white people to get the reparations. To get the reparations. I don't care what you call yourself. There has to be a rule in and rule out protocol for who qualifies. There has to be a rule in and rule out protocol for who qualifies. You said it is based on lineage. So since it's based on lineage, white people with an African ancestor can get reparations. And if you don't currently feel that they can, I promise you that they will. Who wants to bet me? Who want to take out a friendly wager that if the United States government decides to give reparations to Africans in your lifetime, that's my ride.
Is back, right? So we back, right? All right. So that's a lot to chew on, but we're gonna give you the visuals to all of that what he just said, right? So he doesn't support slave lineage reparations because we support race-based reparations, right? No, he doesn't support slave lineage reparations, but he supports race-based reparations, right? Now, write that off the bat. Let's think about that. What just happened with the what was that? The affirmative action. Why did they turn over affirmative action? Can anybody answer that? Do anybody know why they did that? Right? Was that race-based? Wasn't that because of race-based? Right? They overturned it because of race-based, right? Being discriminatory, which they're going to say unconstitutional, because anytime for those white watchers over here, you know unconstitutional means that white people don't benefit from it, right? That's what unconstitutional really just means. If white people don't benefit from it, then it's unconstitutional, right? So in this case, he's saying that he wants to go into say that he wanted to 8 grandparents, 16 great-grandparents, 32 great-great-great-grandparents, and 6, right? He went into that whole thing to show that he's saying that whites who have an ancestor who served on the plantation are going to get reparations. Now think about what he said. Whites who are going to go back in their lineage to find a nigger in their lineage so that they can claim reparations, right? That's what he's saying, right? Now we're going to look at this. We're going to look at this. And he said, by doing that, millions of white people who have an African ancestors on the plantation, right? Now let's look, okay. Whites who have an ancestor. If you got an ancestor, are you connected? If a person got an ancestor connected, is they kin? Is that what the argument here is? Are you saying because they white, they can't be in your lineage? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Is this about skin or is this about lineage? Right? Is it to be African so that it's this ambiguous so that anybody African can get in, or is it about a specific people of a specific time who are connected to those people? Okay? Now, I'm going to show you something to show you, even if somebody white tried that, they could try it, but you know there's already things that's been set in place that would show, okay, you said there should be some rules in and then out. There may be some things already set out there, but it seems to me that you're saying this because, again, cultural violation, not minding your own business, is getting in Black Americans' business when it ain't y'all business. It's not y'all business to be trying to say what is and what's not if you ain't in, right? And then want to critique us and make a public announcement and say things to try to make us like we divisive, because maybe the strategy has changed because what they seen with race-based can't work. Did you not just hear me talk about why they're making a new law, say anything that's dealing with slavery, race, ethnicity, right? So you're going to have to learn to use a legal term that gets you. Now, if it just happens to disqualify you based on using that term and it does not apply to you, why are you trying to ostracize a group of people based on the fact that people who don't got no skin in that, no blood in that, no ties in that, and then say, well, it's only a little bit of us. Why don't y'all just let us get some money? Let me ask any of y'all this. Can I go to any of y'all damn job when you go get paid and just come in there and say, I'm waiting for my check? I'm going to say that one more again. Can I go to anybody's job that I don't work there? They don't know me from Adam. Ain't been in no office filing no papers for tax or none of that, and just come up there on payday when you do and stand in line and say, where's my check? Nowhere, no place, nowhere we're ever going to pay you. For some odd reason, people want to tell us that they can get some based on the simple fact that we use a verbiage, a term that's going to include them somehow, right? So he says, now look at how he goes. He goes and says that an ancestor who served on the plantation. Okay. All right. We're going to look at that. Millions of white people have an African ancestor on the plantation. Again, I've said that if we go to the origin of humans, and if everybody wants to say everything came out of Africa, but I've seen some people say that different species is the reason why white folks are not the people who came out of Africa. So the out of Africa theory must mean white folks of a species that ain't African or was not part of that pantheon of that what they want to say evolved, that turned into, did not come out of Africa. Is that what they trying to tell me? Is that really what they trying to say? That in the origin of the beginning, that this people who were considered white people had no connection whatsoever to the beings that were considered Africans. And if that be true, it be true. Okay, so be it. If that's what you believe in, then that's what you're saying. All right. Now, he goes on and says that there's a white person who has a great-great-great-grandfather and rapes his great-great-great-grandmother, and they become the product of that rape. Okay? Now, okay, we can see that. We done heard stories of that. How much is that really true? We don't know. But that's the story you're going to use. We're going to go in there. I'm going to give y'all some visuals so you can see for yourself and you answer for yourself. Okay? So they produce, he said, a fair-skinned black woman. This black woman is able to pass. Okay. So a white man impregnates a black woman that has a fair-skinned offspring child, and that child is going to pass as white. Then he says they're going to amalgamate into the white society, integrate into white society. They're going to live as white. Okay? But they are the product of a great-great-grandchild of an African. All right. All right. So let's look at this. So the child that became of the rape of the original white man, black woman, who gonna look fair-skinned enough so that she can pass, goes into white society, integrates. What do you mean by integrating? Are you just saying living amongst them? Going to school amongst them? Are they having relations and having an offspring? Because I didn't hear that part, right? So if it's just this person in passing, they still black people. They just look white. They ain't changed. Now, are they finna start having offsprings with white people after that? Is that what you're saying? They're finna have white people after that? Okay, let's look at this. So now the product of this great-great-grandchild of an African, okay? That's where he left off at. He left that. So just because that one child offspring gets to pass and be amongst white people, but that child now got to do what? Has to have offsprings with white people. That's what has to happen. But if you just leave it there and there's no continuous after that, that person's still an African. They just look white. Many of us who come out of the South have people in our family who are very fair-skinned, but we know they are black people. The skin in itself don't necessarily make you whether white nor black, right? They're going to throw a lot of people off. That white skin don't necessarily make you a black person biologically, but in the exterior, you might look that way. And that's been the game that's been played for a long time that somebody just didn't want to never admit and made a construct called whiteness to create this division that you're talking about. And this ain't me trying to cap on us about with them, but we're going to have to get into this. And I'm going to show you visually what I'm talking about. This ain't nothing. I'm not going to. All right. So let's look at this. Okay. So let me show you what he's talking about here. Let me look on the screen here, right? That's the chart, right? That's your chart. You, mama, daddy, you got 4 great-grand, right? 8, 16, 32. That's how it's going to look, right? So now, he's saying now that you would be that white man. That white man is going to get, right? Well, let's say, no, that's going to be the child, right? So we got to go back. So the child that had been produced, put that back up on there. Hold on, go back on. Sorry about that, y'all. Hold on. We gonna, I got this because I done did this already. Remember, I've been in the game for 11 years. I done already did this. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you how that's not true, what you saying. And for somebody white to come out of nowhere and try to use that to try to get reparations, and whether they got an ancestor or not, they might be in the lineage, but I don't think they're gonna get no claim. But you saying because we said not using race-based, because we already know it's a disqualifier, just saying that, just on the fact that what happened with affirmative action. Supreme Court already made that ruling that every university that has somebody white now that says that they're going to sue based on the fact that they feel like they've been racially prohibited by race because of race-based admissions, the Supreme Court already said they're gonna win. So you might as well stop doing that shit, right? So that's what Harvard did and North Carolina did. That set the deal, that set the tone, right? Those are the first preceding case, and any case after that, that's what they're gonna use. Now, what he's saying is, right? He wants to show you 7 generations, right? That's what 7 generations look like. 6, right? 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1, right? That's how it goes. So when you go back, you're going to have 32 great grandparents. 32, right? 32. So if you took in the beginning of the ones that you said made, from the white and the black, behind each one of them, if they both was fully what they were, one got 32, the other one got 32. So when the half and half, you split. If everybody is black, so you're going to split them 32 on that child, right? And they're going to get the half of numbers of that. What's half of 32? What's that? 16. So 16 from the white side, 16 from the black side. That's why he needed to say what happens once they immerse in white society. Are they going to get more whiter, or are they going to get blacker? You can't just leave the story and say they just amalgamate and integrate in white society. I need to know what happened after that. Just because they fair skin and they can pass as white still doesn't make them white. But that's the story. And then the fact is, the people that you talked about that might have been the one that raped on the plantation as a white man may not have been full white his damn self. You get what I'm saying? So let me show what I'm talking about here. Let me show y'all. So just to say I'm just sitting here talking. Let me show you. Okay? I did this already, but I'm going to give you this, and then I'm going to show you more to it. I'm going to give you the examples so you can see as I'm going to show you after that. Check this out. I'll be right back. We're going to start off with the dominant first. Now, okay? We're going to start with the dominant. So let's say that a black man gets with a white woman. Okay? So the black man gets with the white woman and they have a baby. That baby is going to be a mulatto, right? that baby is going to be a mulatto, which is going to be 50% black, 50% white, according to their science. Again, how did they come up with that? Why is it 50-50? I don't know how they really, but this is say based on just the parents, right? So your whole biological makeup, according to this science, is just your parents. It may fall back to the grandparents, right? But then as we go down, you'll see some other stuff. But anyway, let's go forward. Let me just show you visually how this works. So a black man gets with a white woman and have a baby. The baby comes out, the baby is a mulatto. Okay? Now, this mulatto is raised up with a black father, and the black father, okay, is teaching the child. Matter of fact, it's a son. We're going to keep this a son. Okay? Because according to the science, everything is from the seed of the father determines the child. So let's go with that. So the father, black man, has a white woman, right? Produces a son, and the son is a mulatto. So the son now, right, is, let's say a daughter. No, we got to do it this way. We got to do it this way. I'm sorry. Let's take that back. The offspring is always going to be a female. How about that? The offspring is going to always be a female. So let's look at it this way. So a black man gets with a white woman and have a daughter, and she is a mulatto. The mulatto daughter is going to meet a black man. Okay? And she's going to have a child with the black man. Okay? Right? And so that offspring, right, will be considered a tertium, which is a zambo or a griff, right? And according to the science there, this person is now 3/4 black and 1/4 white. Now remember, the mother is a mulatto, which is 50% white. But when she got with the black man, okay, 1/4 of it was taken away. And the child is more blacker than the mother. Okay? Understand this. So now that child that they produced, this little sister, who is a zambo or griff, tertium, gets with a black man. Okay? And then she has a child. That child will be considered a quarter-room saltras. Okay? And that child is considered 7/8 black, 1/8 white. See, it is shading more blacker. So now you take this quarter-room saltras, as that's what is being classified, and then she's going to get with a black man. Okay? And they're going to have a child. That child will be considered a quinter-room saltras, which is 15/16 black, 1/16 white. Do you see how the graftation of what the mother, who start off with the mother who was purely white, and then when they have a child, the child with a black man is going to be half black, half white. And then that half white, half black child that gets with another black man is going to be 3/4 now black. That child will be 3/4 black. And the child from that tertium zambu griff that has a black man is going to come into a quarter-room. And then from that quarter-room offspring is going to produce with another black man a quinter-room. Are you seeing how it's getting more blacker? Okay? Now, let's take it to the other side of the spectrum, what they say in the science, if the male is white. Now, because see, a lot of y'all can use this and understand where you fall at, okay? So now, you got a white man gets with a sister. Can't say that. Anyway, so the sister gets with the white man, and then she has a baby, and the baby is now a mulatto, okay? 50% black, 50% white. So that offspring of that mulatto decides to stay with a white person, right? The white male, she gets with a white male, right? Now remember, she's 50% white and 50% black, and he's white, right? So when they have a baby, their baby becomes a tertium saltrise, which is what? 3/4 white, 1/4 black. Getting whiter. So this tertium saltrise daughter, right, gets with a white man and has a baby. And that baby will come out and they will classify that baby as a quarteroon. A quarteroon consists of 7/8 white and 1/8 black, getting whiter. Now, this quarteroon, right, offspring, is going to get with a white man, right? And they're going to produce a baby, and the baby is going to be considered or classified a quinteroon. A quinteroon is 15/16 white, 1/16 black. Ain't that interesting? Did you see how it grafted down to it got less and less? So I know some people are saying, well, what about the mulattoes? What about the mulattoes? Well, according to this, it says that if mulattoes keep breeding with mulattoes, well, you're just going to be a race of mulattoes. And the thing is, you become, like Tiger Woods said, remember when Tiger was like, I'm quarter, half, quarter. That's what ended up happening. When mulattoes and mulattoes and mulattoes, you become so fragmented and so, not of one. And I believe, this is just me speaking, that way things is coming down as futuristic, that people with this DNA that they're using will actually have some kind of land rights, because now you know, accordingly to this science, where your ancestry is from. So somehow I believe you can probably be able to go back to the landmass and have claimage to land, right? So let's just say that for the speak of the video, that they came up with multiculturalism, right? So that it becomes this big super people that cannot claim any land, because you'll be so diluted and so mixed up to the fact that it's undetectable what you are. So you're just here. You understand what I'm saying? As in the game of race. Okay? Now, all right, that's okay. That's a video I did years and years ago. Remember, I've been around for 11 years. Video I did a long time ago, explaining how the dynamic of breaking down when you have race, when you're mixing, interracing, how they mix. Now, again, he's trying to say that because the person was raped by a white person and then had an offspring that passed and becoming black, but he never went into where they go in after that. This is why I want y'all to make sure you understood. Where do you go after that? Is they continue to go into white people, or are they coming back to black? So when you say lineage, you still could be tied to some people. You just went through a process. You get what I'm saying? Now, for those who don't get it like that, I'm going to give you some people that I did in that same video. I'm going to let you see it with your own eyes, so that you can see it work itself out through people. So you can see, so I'm going to come back and I'm going to explain exactly, but I want you to see it before I go there. Now look at this and be right back. So we're going to get together, do the math, go do the fractions, and you'll know what portion. I could have did all that, but this video would be way too long. So I'm just going to give you the combinations. You already got the percentages. Go do the math, okay? So if a mulatto and a quarteroon, right, get together, a mulatto and a quinteroon, and so on and so forth, right? So you have all these variations. So a lot of times when people are getting with people and they just go on the outer aspect of things, that don't necessarily mean that this person is what you think they are, right? Let me give you an example. You remember how I showed you, right, that the white man and a black woman, according to the science said, they make the true mulatto. That is where the true mulatto begins, right? And let's just say that offspring, because his father was white and it's a girl, right? And let's just say they keep going white, 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 white. And they get all the way down to it gets you a quintiroom, right? Okay, gets with a quintiroom. And so based on the faintness of the black that you can see residing in the individual, you just think they white people, right? It's not saying that they're not more white. It's just saying that according to this science and what they're saying, there's only a 16th of black in them. Okay? So if that person gets with a black person, you're going to fill up a lot of that 16th. You understand what I'm saying? That black is going to come in and fill it all up. And so is that why they may be getting rid of a lot of the young brothers out here? Understand what the science is here, y'all. So I'm going to now, since I gave you this to see, well, let's put the science into actual, factual, so you can see it for your own eyes, and then you be the judge whether it's this or it's not. Now, first person I'm going to do is, I think her name is Garcia, is it Garcia? Bovius, right? A lot of people seen her. She was on the Jamie Foxx show. They used to call her Fancy. You know, when every time she went out, they made it like she was real sexy. As a matter of fact, I think she was also in pageantry somewhere, right? Now, according to her ancestry, she is a Haitian, right? But what I found out doing the research is that Garcella also has a white father. So that means that, and I'll show you the picture of her mother, right? You see the picture of her mother, all right? And you can see how kind of heavily melanated the mother is, right? Okay. And you see Garcella, and you can see that there is something in her that the father probably couldn't look like the mother because the father was white. So with that being stated, then that means that Garcella is a mulatto. So she is 50% black and 50% white. Now I know some people who are in the science say, well, you don't know because about. I'm just going with the science here, okay? We're just gonna go with the science, all right? You go to them and tell them this. We're just saying what they're saying, all right? So she is considered a mulatto, right? Now, as some of the stuff I showed you before, I'm going to show you in actuality. Again, my disclaimer is, I do this not on the pretense of trying to defame anybody's character, to make ridicule about them. I'm only here to show the science. Okay? Now, I couldn't get a picture of her father, so we couldn't get that. But I know that the father is white. All right. So now she's a mulatto, and then she gets with a white man. Okay? That's her husband. Actually, this would be her... I'm not sure. Yeah, this would be her second husband, right? This is the one I think they just previously broke up too. So, but this is the last person she had children with, right? So we have the dynamic of a white man and a mulatto woman. Remember what it said in scientifically. This is the true mulatto. So if Garcella, who is a mulatto with this white man, okay, and the reason why he's a white man, I will show you later why I say that he's a white man. As when we go down the list, I show other white men who look white, but you can tell there's something else to them. But so if these two have a children, right, that child is going to be what? A terceroon sultratus, right? 3/4 white and 1/4 black. Right? White and a mulatto. A terceroon is a sultratus, which is 75% white and 25% black. And what does a children like that look like? Here's what the children look like. Is them children 75% white? Do they look 75% white to y'all? Look at the father and look at the children. The children have the mother's eyes. It seems like they got the mother's eyes and could have the nose, right? But the pigmentation, right, of the genetics, remember, she is mulatto and he is white. Look what happened in the science, y'all. Isn't it showing? Is it not showing? It's showing, isn't it? Then I have another picture that is a little bit closer. You can see that the children have the eyes. They have the features of the mother. The hair, okay, right? You're seeing that the hair is in a certain way, and that their pigmentation is more towards the European. Okay, then I have a picture of them when they're a little bit older, right? You see them, right? They got the tinge in them. You can see that quarter black in them, right? But you see the predominance of the white skin or the white pigmentation, right? That resides in them. Okay? So we see this in her, all right? So, but she does have an older child, right? Now she has, okay, she had she got with a black man. Okay? And remember, she's a mulatto, right? So remember that if a black man and a black woman get together, right? And a black man with a mulatto, they classify as a Griff or a Zambo, which becomes 75% black and 25% white. 34, 3/4 black, 1/4 white. And here's the children with the parents. Can you see the science? Is it there? Is he 3/4 black and 1/4 white? Look at the father. I can't tell you his total makeup. He may be a mulatto too. It's possible, right? There are dark whites that we're going to show at the end. Okay, so is the science prevalent there? Is the science prevalent in the children? Can you tell in the children with the parents? Got the wrong one there. Go put it back up there, right? All right. So you got to see the visuals. So now when people keep saying that they white, you never know if they white because of people been grafting. You know what I'm saying? You don't know if people been grafting. People exterior looks one way, but when you start getting that biology, it might not be who you think they are. Okay? So when he says that that we're using lineage based to let white folks in, if they're in the lineage, they're in the lineage. There's nothing you can do. You cannot take somebody out of the lineage just because you want to use a term African. African doesn't denote when you're talking about, and then he goes on and says about what he says, slave. He says slave lineage as making a diss to us. Slave lineage or slave lineage based reparations. He said that that's stupid because you use slave as the institution. We use a slave as the people. Let me say that one more again. You're saying slave as the institution. We're talking about slave as the individual, the people who are our family, who are connected to in our lineage and descent. So when you say that we're using lineage based as some fool way of doing it, we're talking about the particulars in it. Now, if white people want to use that and try to go back and use it as some kind of way to get reparations, and if they can prove that, you said, what are we going to do? We're not going to do shit. But I don't understand why you will sit there and try to make it seem like because lineage is a way to, again, a strategic that some people might be using so that they can get it in a legal way, which is the only way you're going to be able to get it. They're already selling you race-based, ethnic-based, and so forth. So in this way, you trying to put a cloud on us and make us like we hate y'all because y'all not us. I think that's wrong, and I think that's a cultural violation. I don't think you should be able to do some public announcement and then talk about our business, which again, I think somebody made that clear that his background is more of outside than it is inside. And so it seems like everybody wants to get up in our face telling us about the things that we're doing again, they're looking for the benefit of themselves. He said, again, says slave lineage-based reparation says if you are a descendant of an American slave, you can get paid. Okay, if you are a descendant of American slave. Again, the word is descent, right? Descent means you are related. You know, you have people today who are going to have, you know, intermarriages or interracial marriages, interracial relationships, and interracial offsprings. Does that take them out of that lineage? Now, white people are the only one who try to make it that for whiteness, one drop of black blood make you black anyway. So as I showed in that science, somebody having 1/16 as a white person is black, according to them. Not by me, but what they say. Now, they might be passing. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of white folks out here who passing because what they do is try to keep themselves exterior looking white. Okay? Now, I'm not for that, but I'm not against what we're talking about as into strategies of what people are using, trying to get what they think they have to do to get it. Now, if you're using it to try to say that we're trying to exclude somebody, tell me how am I excluding you if you never was in? Let me say that one more again. How am I excluding you when you was never in? By making it African still would make you in because, again, I can't go to nobody's damn job getting damn paid because I want a check. And then you say, well, it's only 3 million of them. It doesn't matter. You will never get a check. You don't work here. You ain't got no ties here. Why would you be getting something? And why is that's like the hardest thing for people to understand? And y'all get in our face, in our land, talking the most craziest shit about some shit your ass know damn well you're not entitled to. And it's funny how these people, when you say we hate Africans and we hate Caribbeans, where the fuck is y'all fight at? Why everybody eating off, laying off our shit, but when you ready to come to the trough to eat, when we do all the goddamn work? And then when you can't get some shit, now you want to talk shit about us. What kind of shit is this? What kind of fucking shit is this? Y'all are some bold ass, ungrateful ass people. And y'all hide from the simple fact because y'all know that the system is so against us that you get to speak openly the way you do because you can't get no repercussions for that shit. So what you do is you actually are in opposition to us in your own way, but you stealthily trying to say that we're against you. We not in y'all damn house talking about we should be getting some shit when y'all getting some shit. We wouldn't dare go to any Caribbean islands based on the fact that they trying to reparate y'all, that we coming there trying to get a damn claim and trying to say we trying to be African so we can get a claim. That shows the bumness of y'all. That shows y'all are some bum ass people, even though you may say, well, we can, but I'm gonna just call it like I said. Y'all some bum ass people who would say, fuck it, if we can't get no shit, y'all can't get no shit. Let me say that one more again. This is really what you saying. If we can't get no shit, you can't get no shit. So again, let me play something real quick. Let me give you somebody who was cut from the ideology that you claim. Let you hear the words what he finna say, and I'm gonna come right back. Listen to this, y'all.
The festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festivals. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race, and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that, that our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-African.
It's 72. 72 says it's like hold on, let me put that up on the screen. It's like people have to put themselves in the highest position to get what the lowest people deserve. Right? Exactly. And the other part to that is people who know damn well they're not deserving of something, trying to weasel their damn ass way into shit they know goddamn well they're not entitled to. And what they'll do is they'll blow up your shop because they can't get shit. And we're not supposed to say shit to them when they doing that shit. You making a motherfucking public announcement. You sitting there saying all this shit, giving motherfucking cannon fodder to motherfuckers that already don't want to give you shit. And here you come with your black ass saying this stupid ass shit. You understand? You don't get to come up in our motherfucking house talking about our motherfucking business and in opposition to us the way you doing it. See, nobody not gonna say something. I'm just saying it. Right? But I'm way down at the damn bottom. So ain't nobody finna hear me other than a couple of y'all coming by. Again, I've been in the business for 11 years, can't get but 100 views. Right? But what I'm saying is, you don't come in talking about no cultural, that's a cultural violation that you come in here telling us we're fools and that because we're doing something that seems to be extricating you out, and then you try to play us by saying, oh, we would rather have white people get money than y'all. If you was entitled to some shit, you would get the shit. It wouldn't be about because African. Matter of fact, if you understood since 1857, what was the reason why Dred Scott couldn't get, what was the problem with Dred Scott? Because he claimed that his people came from Africa. Did you not know that? Go back and read it. Because his people was from Africa. And see what they gonna do and play and say, because we call ourselves Africa, or because we don't want to take on the moniker of Africa, somehow we hate that. That's not what that's about. That is not what that is. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something here. When it comes to this shit, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something here. Appreciate you stopping by here at 72. Let me show y'all something here. Now, they tell us they brought us on damn boats, right? They love telling our ass they brought us on boats, right? They argue our ass down. So I'm going to put up on the screen for you these numbers. And I want you to look at something. And I want you answer the question if you can. Now, as you see on your screen, I got to make sure that it's showing y'all those numbers that what I'm talking about so you can see that. Let me see if I can see here. Make sure y'all can see those numbers. Because if you look all the way at the bottom there, you're gonna see 1790, right? 1790. Make sure y'all seeing that. Hold on, I got a little technical difficulty over here. Okay? So at the bottom of that, you see, and hopefully if not, hold on, like I said, got a little technical difficulty on my end. So what you're going to see is, let's hold on, I'm freezing up a little bit on my end over here. Hold on. So I'm going to show y'all something. Remember, them numbers that you're seeing are not my numbers. These are the numbers that they did. And we know they undercount, and so forth. But that's not what I'm trying to use this for. I'm going to show you something that you may have not noticed. Now, you see in 1790 where it says 757,208 when you look at the blacks, right? 1790, there's only 757,208 blacks. Again, I know it touches indigenous more, all that good stuff, right? Now, do you not see what says 59,527 free? Right? Out of that 757,208, there's 59,527,000 free blacks in 1790. So that means that according to them, enslaved would be 697,681. This is at 1790. Okay? In 70 years, you're going to have what? 75 years, you're going to have emancipation, right? Been telling you millions and millions and millions that done brought here. But in 1790, you don't have a million. And you got about 60,000 free blacks at white folks. Huh? They saying that hold on, let me go. Okay, so white people in 1790 is 3,172,006. Does it not say that? Right? Okay. Now look at the difference. There's 3,172,006 in 1790. Okay. Then we're gonna go whites from 1800 to 4,306,446. The difference between in 10 years is 1,134,440. Correct? Do the math. Now, is that number birth or is that bringing people? Is that birth or is that bringing people? So if there's some boats, white folks coming in boats, look at the black number. 1790, you said, again, I said 757,208. Correct? 59,527 are already free. By 1800, you saying there's 1,002,037. A difference in 10 years, 136,934. Is that bringing them or is that birth? You brought a million, you had a 1,134,440 difference of white folks, but you got 136,000 of black. Who coming on boats? Who the one really coming on the boat? 1810, you got 5,862,073. A difference between from 1800 of 4,306,446 is 1.555627. That's the difference in that year. So you got an increase of 1,555,627. Is them birth or is them people being brought here? Black people, and from 1800 to 1810, you got 1,002,037 in 1800. In 1810, you got 1,377,808, a difference of 189,327. Who coming on boats? Who really coming on boats? Huh? 1810, right? 5,862,073. In 1820, you got 7,896 or 86,797. A difference of 2,024,720. Are they coming on boats or they having babies like that? Is that what y'all telling us? You know, today you can't have babies, right? So were they bringing people on boats by the millions? Because you only got thousands by black people. And look, you didn't even have that many people by 1790. You only had 757,000. Who coming on boats, y'all? These ain't my numbers. That's the numbers they provided. You just ain't know how to read them. Who coming on boats? White folks or black folks? I'm going to show you all the way to 1865. By 1820, you got 7,896,797 of them. By 1830, it's 10,532,060 of them. 2.6 million increase. By 1840, you got 14,189,705. Then 1850, 19 million. Now, wait a minute. Look at black people. 1820, 1,771,000. 1830, 2,328,000. It looks like black people having babies and somebody else is coming by the boatload. Can you see the difference? Do the math. One people coming in by the millions in 10 years, and the other one has only got maybe 100,000. So less than 10,000 versus the people you already got is 750,000. You can have 10,000 births, but you ain't gonna tell me that these mugs over here is having millions and millions of births in 10 years when today they can't do it. You've been killing us with immigration. So if you break it down from 1790 to 1860, and if you was to break those numbers down and get how many were they were doing per year, you're going to have, well, hold on, put that back up there. You're going to have 395,842 a year that white people was coming to this United States. That's what you're going to get. Now, if you break down the white or you take down blacks, what y'all talking about? Y'all bringing us by the millions up in this place. If you're not coming by the millions at 395,000, we know you coming on boats. What millions would you bringing us here in the United States? Let me see, I got a message up here. What's good, Mr. Spence in the house? What's good, my brother? That is the most thorough brother subscriber you want to have. It's all good, bro. I'm in here showing these numbers because people like telling us our story and then telling us about how they should be acclimated in, and then they ain't even part of this. 1790, there's only 757,000 of this. But let me show you something. As I was talking earlier, I wanted to show these numbers because why? There's a lot of our people who were never part of the low, again, what they call, with the people who need reparations based on, again, perpetual generations being down, not so much about education, but they've been the ones caught in the rut. If you're saying in 1790 that there is 757,200 or 708 people, and you said 59,000 of them, 527 is already free, you already got 60,000 people already free. By the time you get to 1860, there's already 500,000 free. So there was people by the time we even get out of so-called from Emancipation Proclamation, there's already almost 1 million of who don't even know what it was to be a net. So what part of them people got something to do with being the people who sell it out today? That's where my point is. And you know what I'm saying? Who is these people? Because that's been the thing that we ain't really peeped on. Who is the intermediaries between us that's been on that side, like I talked about earlier with AI, when the AI guide is basically the programmer, the one that comes in and tells everything that the computer needs to go against the human. But who's the one that's been the need that know us and giving the information how to trap us and keep us down? Because see, even going back to 1790, you already got 60,000 free. We don't know what the relations are. Those offsprings, as I was showing you when he was talking about 32, 16, 8, 4, as talking about those who could pass, and then they being passed, but then they being amongst us, and yet they helping against us. There's a whole lot of dynamics on things that be happening that we don't talk about. You get what I'm saying? And so I want to show the number because I showed something that Dr. Umar has said that we selling out to white folks so that Africans and Caribbeans can't get reparation. And it ain't got shit to do with that because it's about if you ain't specifically tied to the people that comes from the 4,441,830, which is those that come out of 1860, 65. If you're not kin to none of them, calling yourself African don't still help you to get reparations. And they say because we don't want to take race-based after they just made the Supreme Court decision when it came to affirmative action was about race-based. So why would you still try to push race-based when you already know they're going to strike that shit down? So why would you try to play us like we hate you based on the simple fact that somebody is trying to strategy to turn it to use it in a different way legally? So why is it that this culture violation is people from other places know goddamn well you're not entitled to shit here, but you get out in our face, you talk shit about us, y'all get in here and y'all advocate, you speak with white people against us, but we not supposed to say nothing. That's a cultural violation. Show us where Black Americans are going around the world, getting in y'all business, trying to tell y'all how to do shit. We don't do that. We respect everybody's shit. But when y'all in our shit, y'all don't respect us. So many of y'all think y'all better than us. Y'all think y'all know more than us. You think that fucking school shit means something. Just like how the Chinese sat his ass and got played to do the shit that he did for that. But your ass is going to pay for it. All of y'all going to pay for that. You're going to feel what it is to be in that when you don't have something to make them have to do some shit. Now what you going to do? Load y'all ass up in HBCUs? Is that what y'all going to do now? Flood y'all ass in HBCUs and try to flood us out? Y'all know, man. Y'all know who y'all is. In your own corners, in the secretness, in them compartments where y'all talk with each other, y'all talk shit about us. And y'all think we can't discern that shit. That's the crazy part about it. Y'all think we can't read y'all. Y'all actually think we stupid. The only motherfucker stupid is you. We see through your ass like glass. You try to hide behind these organizations and then you advocating motherfuckers. Y'all think it's like this. When you see somebody always trying to put Marcus Garvey over in this land, what you think they really trying to say? Huh? They try to take shit that they in your own homeland, y'all got no starter kit, y'all ain't got no motherfucking history. But when y'all come over here, y'all act like y'all got all this shit, and we looking at them, who the fuck is y'all? Y'all use our shit try to use our shit as y'all shit to try to use it against us and be fucking up and then talking shit. And it's like that motherfucker was at Fresh and Fit. All y'all some disrespectful ass motherfucking people. I'm gonna keep it 100. Y'all some disrespect. Y'all talking about hip hop is y'all shit. Y'all, if you can bring y'all monkey asses over here, where the fuck would y'all be? Honestly, Where the fuck would y'all be if y'all couldn't have brought y'all ass here? Y'all, man, it is ridiculous. And y'all use this shit in a way so that, you know what? Y'all know we limited and how we really could really just X y'all ass out. But guess what? We're growing politically. We're getting smarter as a group. And as you see these things are slowly chipping away, they're going to start turning on us because why? They losing out. See, it was okay when you can play the game, you was black and you was getting the benefits to cut us out. But now they flooding the mother motherfuckers in here and you finna feel what it is to be us. All that shit y'all was talking. Now you're going to be like, now what you going to do? Run again? Ain't nowhere to run now. Ain't gonna be nowhere to fuck to run. I got a message here. Who this? Aboriginal says, though immigrants like to get us fired and then take our spot. I seen it happen. I'm not here to even hate on immigrants, but I am gonna call your ass the fuck out. Y'all are some bum ass people. And that don't mean all of you. Y'all see this shit. And why don't we see nobody from y'all cut talking, hey man, stop talking that bullshit, man. Where's the majority of y'all? It's kind of like police shit. Oh, we's a lot of good ass cops, but we keep seeing the same motherfuckers doing this shit. So we can't say, well, where the fuck y'all at? I mean, just making a public announcement. Oh, we stupid as fuck because we cutting y'all out. And then man, we love the white man. All this shit. What is y'all talking? We the only motherfucker that's been fighting him. Where the fuck y'all been? You bring your ass over here and all of a sudden you get some education, you get a little job, and then all of a sudden now y'all know more about us than we know about us. Oh, y'all don't know y'all lineage. Why y'all go? Y'all don't know shit about us. You ain't met no real black American and touches indigenous DJ. You ain't met no real one. Motherfuckers y'all meet, they confused. Because a real motherfucker gonna tell you, motherfucker, fuck is wrong with you with that bullshit? Y'all don't get to call nothing in here. And why is you loud about it anyway? Because that's your disrespect and your hatred towards us. But y'all try to spin that shit like we hate y'all. Wait a minute, we in our house. Hate you for what? You benefit from whatever the fuck they would give us, they give you so they don't have to deal with us. That shit crazy to me, man. It's crazy of the shit y'all do. And y'all don't want nobody to say shit to y'all. See, we know this country done changed. We know how the spirit of it is changing. But it's changing because, well, let me tell you something. The more y'all come, let me tell you something. Just imagine it like this. Just imagine you went down in your nearest community where there's a lot of homeless people. And you start bringing them in your house, one by one. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35, 40, 45, 50. It's more than there than you. What is going to be the consistency of your house? Your house ain't going to be yours no more. Your house spirit going to change like the people that's in there. It's going to start having the same sentiments, the same evilness, the same debauchery, the same bullshit that they did from where the fuck they came. Now you bringing that shit now. You infesting my shit. And I ain't supposed to say shit. I'm not supposed to say shit. I'm supposed to act like ain't nothing happening. See, that's what that white man, see, he that's the kind he is. He'll blow the whole shit up so that you can't, so we can't get it. He'll bring all you motherfuckers to fuck it up just so he don't want to give it to us. And then you come talk shit to us. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? You think because you can spit some lyrics. You think because you wear the clothes. You start speaking a language. Now all of a sudden now, you done forgot who the fuck you is. Oh, I'm American. What the fuck does that mean? Who is you genetic? Who is you lineage? What happened to that? What happened to the Mexican I used to know that wear the motherfucking sombrero, the hat, the little motherfucking bull suit? The bull suit. Huh? Go to the laundromat. She had a little girl got her motherfucking dress. The boy got her the bull. Huh? When y'all used to do y'all own shit. Now it's like everybody doing the same shit, but in their own way of our own shit. And then y'all get to the boldness and say, well, we created this shit. Like, wait a minute. Let me tell you something. How we need to look in the background of where you come from to show us the origins of this shit. How do you come here and then you start doing some shit and you think because the system again is about keeping our ass out and letting you get in the front. And then all of a sudden now you say, well, you know what? It's like it's a lot of us doing it. So we doing it now. We build hip hop. Damn. Y'all ain't got no genre before none of this shit. Look at your people where you come from. How the fuck can you get hip hop from that shit y'all come from? Be honest. But y'all don't want to be honest because you actually on the side of the motherfucker trying to destroy us. Y'all on the fucking side of the people who want to destroy us. We Boogie in the house. What's good, bro? You cooking from Keep Gun Kin folks. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me hold on. I got too much light on that. Hold on. You cooking. Fam, keep gunning kin folks. Just need to focus on us. They are the little ones. We are the minority grants. White folks are created to fam. They want to laugh in a silent partnership. Afro-Caribbeans. Okay, I got you saying. My screen a little small. I can't see that. But you know I can read. I got what you're saying. Thanks. Yeah. No, man, because I'm tired of that shit. I know y'all tired of that shit too. It's culture violations. You understand? When you're in a gang, you know what a violation is. You know what a ticket is when the police pull you over. These motherfuckers don't seem to know that they should get a violation for that shit they doing. You don't get the fuck up in our face telling us about some business that ain't got shit to do with you, about some ideology you hold. That shit that you're talking about, let's say Pan-Africanism. Is Pan-Africanism not American made? Fuck is y'all talking about? You didn't make that shit. It originated from here, made from here. You might talk about Marcus Garvey, but the shit couldn't work in Jamaica. And all that back to Africa shit. Well, okay, when they deported him, why he didn't take his ass to Africa? See, all that bullshit everybody want to talk, man. Everybody want to come over here running that bullshit game. Where's your people? Where's your fight? Get in, get dirty like everybody else, but don't come over here with that shit. Don't come over here with that shit. And that's the problem. Y'all come over here, you think because you done went to some people, you done been around certain people, maybe they's a little weak or where the fuck he was, and you done assess, man, they're weak as hell, man. They ain't got no culture. They ain't shit. We got more this, is that. The nigga you in our land, though. So you just outright in our face, stealing our shit, and we just supposed to sit here and take it. This shit crazy, man. And y'all wrong as fuck for doing this shit. Somebody has to tell you that. Everybody else got their reason for why they don't say it. I'm the most hated show in the black corner of YouTube. I'm saying it. Y'all wrong as fuck. And guess what? When it's all said and done, what you sow, y'all gonna reap. Exactly. Trying to sell me my shit. Right? Trying to sell me my shit. Right? What you saying? Steal your shit. And then 2 days later, nigga trying to sell you back some shit he stole from you. That's what this shit is. And y'all ought to be a fucking shame of y'allself. But y'all ain't shameful enough. You can't be shamed. You just feel like, okay, we doing better than where the fuck we left. And you take the damn bullshit stereotype about what you want to believe. See, they want to believe the stereotype because otherwise it legitimizes their position. But if they knew and truly believe who we really are and what they really doing, then you would feel some conscious of knowing that what the fuck y'all really doing. So you ignore that shit. So you have to believe the stereotype so that you can walk around with no guilty conscience. That's what it is. So You know, it is what it is, man. We come from them people on these numbers here. Them numbers you see on this screen here, we grew from 757,000 according to what they say. We just gonna say what they got recorded. From 757,000 to 50 million to this day, and it ain't no immigration. We are the 33rd largest nation in the world inside here, and you weak little ass motherfucking people talking shit to us. You better be glad that white motherfucker got us by the tail. You better be glad this nigga been drugging us the fuck up. You better be glad he keep us economically deprived. We see this shit. We see that back door being open. Again, look at them numbers. In 1940, there was only 1.8 million Hispanics in this country. How the fuck is you more than us? In less than 60 years, you more than us. They've been pouring them up in here. They've been pouring them up in here. And y'all sit in our motherfucking face talking shit. The Most High gonna give. So yeah, oh, they cut me. Oh, they cut me. Somebody over here. Oh, okay, cut me. I don't know how long I've been gone, but I'm just gonna say this. In the end, we gonna win. Y'all keep fucking with us. All that shit, talking all that shit, talking about only 3 million of you. Yeah, because y'all let motherfuckers come and take y'all shit. So when a motherfucker bully take your shit and then you forced to come amongst us, y'all done got together and say, well, we can take the shit from them. Some coward shit. You won't fight for your own shit. And then y'all use your own people. Y'all don't fight against your own people. At least in our sense, we like Neo in the Matrix. We fighting our own people. We fighting you. We fighting them. But we the weak people, though. We the weak ass people. Y'all keep selling us that. No, it's a whole bunch of motherfuckers ganging up. I think that Bible says something about all those nations will come against us. We see it, y'all. We see it. It's only a matter of time, y'all. It's only a matter of time. Most High gonna set this place on. He gonna set it. He gonna do what he gonna do. He gonna do what he gonna do. Because when you drop this, you see what's happening with all the people out there that's being homeless, all on that damn drugs. Why you think that fentanyl out there? That's to help knock them out. And as that time go on and more jobs get lost, more people gonna get out there. We'll see way more and more deaths. People again, they got no homes. They talking about motherfuckers living with other motherfuckers. So why are you bringing so many people in here then? You got a plan? Maybe. Right? It's on mute. They still got me on mute. I'm still on mute. Hold on. I'm still on. Hold on. Am I still on mute? All right. They didn't. Yeah, motherfucker ain't hacking me. That's what you gonna do. All right, am I still, somebody let me know, am I still on mute? Let me see. Am I still on mute? I know they're gonna do that. You know how it is. That's what they do. That's what technology is about. Technology is to hide your ass in the background and do your nefarious shit. Maybe the 72. What'd you say? He would. He would. He's would. Okay. He's good. No, we good. Okay. All right. We good. Okay. Now again, man, I just think that it's too much of it. That fresh and fit. Then you got Umar saying the shit he's saying. There's just so much shit. It's like what they don't understand, man. Leave our business alone, man. We're not talking about Sudan. We're not talking about Cuba. Y'all in here telling he want to have a topic talking about how we black people, how we ain't nothing been wrong, and what gives you to say that shit? But if you ever talk to them about the place they come from, mums becomes the word. You know what I'm saying? You can't talk about them and their place. That's off limits. Oh, it's or the government and all that shit. But when y'all in here with us, y'all got platforms. Y'all use people to have position that's fucked up, or try to get people who can't articulate their point or not very thorough in it, and sabotage their ass so they're just gonna try to make us look a certain way. And then this one here say, well, we stupid because we doing something that don't benefit you. What have y'all done that benefits us? Can y'all answer that for me? What have y'all done that we can say we benefit from our encounters with you? We can't say that. And we don't even say it. But we getting tired of this shit y'all doing. And the sister with the Carly and that whole situation, they couldn't wait for that. Right? They can't wait for that, right? But maybe the day will come when we start saying we need to know exactly who somebody ass is when they doing shit so we can put them in the right category. And then when you start finding out that all of them ain't really black Americans, then we start saying who really causing a lot of the damn problems. Because what you do is anything with black skin get to be in our box. But when something good, everybody makes sure you know exactly who they not, which is us. They make sure they tell, oh, no, we're not them. It's we getting the credit. This group gets the credit. But on anything bad, oh, no, just throw them in their side. Man, hey. Just like my man, what's that dude? He made that song in opposition to it. I guess I say that song that came up. What was that dude? What's his name? Come to a Small Town. I guess that was him countering Jill Scott, because they were very upset about Jill Scott, what she sung, right? Because they like, oh wait, you in here changing up shit. That ain't how that go. Well, that was her as an artist singing what she believed she wanted to sing. So now they're saying coming to a small town, try that shit in a small town. Then they had Pat Boone ass out there saying, yeah, it's a lot of enemies walking around here. Well, who is he talking about? Y'all let them motherfuckers in here if you saying they're the enemy. Otherwise, the only enemy I know would probably even think it is us. So who are the enemy they talking about? So We Boogie says 508c3 Negro selling us out with the Pan-Africans. They are traitors. Say 508 or was that 501? Was it 501c3 or 508? Maybe it is 508. I know about the 501. So if it's 501 or 508, you okay? I get what you're saying. But the point I want to make was about the free Negroes. Who were they? That might have been the buffer all along, the undermining this going all the way back. Now, some of you may be from that, and maybe it's not your family. I'm not saying every last one of them, but there was already 60,000 of them by 1790. And by the time you got to 1865, it was already 500,000 of them. So what families are those that by the time you coming out of emancipation, they ain't know shit about what they claim the history said that was happening prior before, always going back to 1790. So if there was 59,000 in 1790, what was they in 1750, 1740? You know what I'm saying? It still was 20, 30,000, 40,000. So what group is that? And who are them? You understand? There's some questions we just got to ask. There's a lot of people been doing shit, but you say both, huh? Oh, okay. 501 and 508. Okay. I'm going to look at 508, see what that's about. I ain't never heard that one before. That was something new. So I appreciate that, Wee Boogie. So that's just it, man. The cultural violation is it's too many people outside of our group, of our culture, who got so much publicly to say, but we don't go to other people's shit doing that. But everybody seems to be with some glee and happy to talk shit about us. And it's crazy. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something here. Let me see before I get out of here. Look at this. Let me show this Racial Integrity Act, right? Let's look at this right quick. Let me show y'all something. Take Wee Boogie down. 72 said he created dating apps for that purpose. Who you talking about? 72. Who created the dating apps for that purpose? Who you talking about? Tell me who you talking about there, brother. All right. So you see in your screen that says that's that Racial Integrity Act, right? That they did over there in Virginia, right? I don't want you to see that because look at what it says there. Okay. I got a little technical difficulties over here. Shit, I'm at 3 hours. I told him I'm not gonna go over. I try not to. Okay. We're gonna do this. All right, so I got technical difficulties on my end here. Something that's freezing the hell up out of everything. I don't know why. Somebody in here not liking what I done said, and it's okay. It's all right. So, okay. So as you see on your screen, it says approved March 20 of 1924, be enacted by the General Assembly of Virginia that the state registrar of vital statistics may, as soon as practicable, after the taking effect of this act, prepare a form whereon the racial composition of any individual as Caucasian, Negro, Mongolian, American Indian, Asiatic Indian, Malay, and any mixture thereof. Okay? Now, Mongolian. Ain't that what they said them Indian Native Americans were? Mongolian. So who's the American Indian? You got American Indian, you have Asiatic Indian. Who is them? Right? Okay, I got something going. Okay, got Mongolian. Truel Will, what's good, brother? What's good with you? Glad to see you stop by. All right. 72 says a new version of the rapist has been born through it. Okay. You still haven't talked about who created the app that you're talking about. You haven't mentioned that yet, sir, bro. Wee Boogie says European dark Negroes, especially in the East Coast, low reads the Kabbalah on the low. I guess you on the low. Reads the Kabbalah and Torah in the back room but preach Jesus out in the front. Yeah, you remember they had the I guess you say the slave Bible, right? Where they had a Bible that they supposed to be teaching. Matter of fact, when you think a lot of those schools that they created for us in the beginning, a lot of them was those seminary schools. That's why we always had so many preachers and stuff like that, because they had schools for that, because they want to, and saturate us with that. Now, you can be, in a point with that Bible to the fact that you get lost about certain things in there, again, can there be truth and lies mixed in that? When you believe that your enemy doesn't have touched something, because see, we can read something that says, well, if anybody should ever tamper with it, because we have fear for the Most High or God. We, in our mind, we ain't gonna do no shit like that. But that don't mean these other motherfuckers won't do it. You know what I'm saying? So they'll tamper with shit and twist it up for their benefit. And that's what they said that slave Bible was, right? And so programming the people and having them subjugated like that. And so as we've grown and gotten better, we've come out of a lot of those spells. Not fully, but a lot of us have. And that's why reparations is so dangerous, because they know if we ever get enough, because a lot of us know if we get a little bit of money, you're not going to put me back in there. And we're not going to be there. We're going to know how to put our money together, and we're going to get, so you don't be, y'all can't ride off us. We get tired of that damn tick riding the back of the ass of an elephant. You understand? So after a while, it becomes, what happened is we became so numb that we don't even care. It's like back in the days, and again, this ain't no shot at the Africans. But it is back in the day, they used to show the pictures where you see the worst pictures of Africans. They had the children and they had the flies on their face. And you would sit there and watch it. And, you know, it bothered you that they didn't move to knock the fly out because it was so common. They was you. Now, again, we understand they know how to propagandize and take the worst pictures and show it and then say, look how bad it is to make people. So that's how they say that's why we hate. And they talk about Tarzan. Everybody didn't see fucking Tarzan. Everybody didn't see Sally Struthers. A lot of times people met people from other countries through work and school, sometimes in certain communities. And if you was an asshole when we met you and that was the first impression we got, guess what? That's the way some people gonna take it. They allow y'all be assholes. Allow y'all don't be right. And so some people get mad at us because sometimes the first impression that we learned from a lot of y'all was not good. And so them first impressions made everything after that, people a little apprehensive dealing with other people. Didn't make us hate you, just a little bit like, you know. But you know, as you get older, you get a little wiser. You don't choose the group. You try to do individual. But when you keep getting the same one after another and another, then you say, well, shit, I ain't no need to go back down in the bottom of the barrel. All those shit at the top is no good. So some people can be blind like that, but you know, that's because the people who they came in contact was not right. So you know how it is. You know how it is. But so the thing that I'm showing you on your screen is you see the Caucasian Negro Mongolians. But yet these people, that's these Indian people here who came, they supposed to be natives in America or Native Americans. They don't want to believe they Mongolians. But why was they talking about in 1924 Mongolians? My research has shown me that the Mongolians came with Christopher Columbus and them. They've been fucking with them since when you go and look up the Black Plague that was in Kaffa back in what 1324 or something like that. You'll see the Mongolians is kicking it with the Italians, the Jews, and you know what I'm saying? So the question becomes 757,000 people that they said 1790 don't necessarily mean you're bringing them boats. Y'all keep selling us a story, and many people want to buy it. But we keep telling you we was always here. We always been here. Because you got to ask yourself, if we was from somewhere else, why y'all work so goddamn hard to do the shit y'all do to try to displace us, disenfranchise us, make us look the worst, try to put us in a locker? Huh? You wouldn't do that to if somebody from somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Why would you need to do that? Because maybe I need to make you so that you can't claim your shit. Maybe that's what I just need to make it so you can't claim your shit. We Boogie say keep cooking, huh? You get me in trouble. I'm good, bro. No, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Appreciate that though, Wee Boogie. Matter of fact, if anybody, again, like I said, there's brothers in here, man. Like I said, I ain't told you yet. Tomorrow, I gotta go through something tomorrow. And it just kind of depends. It'll be next week, but I'm hoping everything work out. But I'm going to just tell you one thing. Them brothers that been coming through on them cash apps, I'm going to have a show where I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to tell you everything I was going through back here. I'm going to tell you everything, a lot, man. I mean, a lot. I lost a big piece too in between, but I'm still doing what I got to do. But I appreciate you brothers who be doing what y'all do, man. Let me tell you this, man. So I tell y'all, see, the things I do when I talk in here, I'm talking from a perspective. One, many people not either can't do it, won't do it, haven't experience to do it, or too afraid to say it. But you know, let's put it this way. Spence knows because Spence Gen X, so he knows. And coming out of that era of Gen X, you know, we right on the transition of the 60s, right? We coming in through there. And so where people try to tell you that certain things that just stop because they use 1865 and they say, well, slavery just stopped. Like bullshit. They'll tell you the 60s and then they say it just stopped. No, it didn't stop. It didn't stop. Because see, some of us, we had to go to school, we had teachers, we had police, landlords, all kind of shit, right? So some of the stuff that you see today, even though there's variations of shit that didn't happen, different, you know, degrees, and some of our people don't know nothing, and then there's some of us who did, and some of us had to learn by going to jail to learn, right? But the thing is, what I'm telling you, based on the generation I come out of, I shouldn't be here to talk to you. Because see, either those who went to college or they found some job where they was either driving, got with the city, where they got on with the public transportation, sanitation, warehouses, right? That's that generation. So what I'm telling you from the square man that live in the hood, but had the ability to do all that other shit, but didn't get that because maybe one, you could have children early and you were trying to be a man, take care, or other shit could happen, right? So sometimes, when I be telling you about sometimes shit can get skipped, I may tell you about personal. But what I ain't telling you what I heard, I'm gonna tell you what I know. And sometimes a lot of people think because they ass went to school and got their degree, that because they got it, that the other people who didn't, that they might be thinking they smarter than them. You might be, but that don't necessarily mean it's so. So don't get that shit ever twisted. The paper just saying that you got enough correct test scores and enough accumulated hours to get the paper. But that don't necessarily mean you smarter. You just answer the shit and it's going to be good to get a job. I'm telling you the most dangerous people is them people who is the square, who come from the hood, that ain't in the street, that take care of their damn family. They know the niggas on the street. They could be the nigga in the street, but they don't. And if they was, they ain't gonna be a foot soldier, they're gonna be the nigga calling it. You get what I'm saying? So them the voice that don't be heard. If they gonna come out somebody out here who gonna teach somebody something, that's where you need to get from. See, the other one to tell you about the institutionalized being up in that damn system. He can tell you, the one that be on the street that been given helping to put the poison and all that shit, he can tell you that version. But the one that went through, that had to deal with the bullshit on the 9 to 5 on a goddamn job, dealing with motherfuckers of bullshit and had to walk on eggshells if he chose to. I'm not that tight. That's why you can have a revolving door. You go in and out. Somebody say, "Oh, you can't keep a damn job." I ain't gonna kiss your ass. I don't come to work to kiss your ass. I see a lot of y'all is ass kissers. Ain't nothing wrong with it. That ain't everybody's suit. Everybody don't do that shit. Some people do, some people not. And the system love a great ass kisser when I can have you do some shit. So that's kind of like sometimes those who will sell poison to their own damn people. You help and facilitate that shit. You know what I'm saying? So some people that went through all that shit, they had to go through all that to come to an age now to come back and say, oh yeah, no, that shit was wrong. What about the motherfucker who was from the little, when he was little growing up, still teenage, still didn't do none of that shit, still didn't do nothing. You understand? Knew not that I'm not going to do none of that shit. I'm not going to get that white man no time. You understand? What about them cats? What about them women? See, everybody want to glorify some other shit. But what about them? They don't got no voice in here because a lot of them not technological enough to do this shit. You understand? You just happen to motherfucker that can do that shit. You understand? I got a message here. Thanks a lot, Spence. I try. You know what I'm saying? I really try to do it because I try to make it plain. Because I be hearing people, sometimes I be watching videos, and you know, artist knows his work. I'm gonna put it like that. An artist knows his work, and sometimes I watch and I hear some little things that people be saying, and I be hearing people say, well, you know, loving those in the hood, in the ghettos, and shit like that, that's a waste of time. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Because see, I know the reason why we the way we is because you took all the talent and the best from amongst us, and you took it and put it in somebody else's damn yard. So you beautify that shit with all the nice grass and got the nigga on the horse statue and right, you got the motherfucking swing. But over on this side of the motherfucking street, we ain't got no gate, we ain't got no grass, motherfucking screens all out, all the damn blinds torn. You understand? So you want to talk shit about them from on that side, but y'all ain't did shit as to reciprocate to come back over there to bring them up. But if from where you sit, from where you is, it's easy to talk shit. It's easy to turn on your damn news and say, hey man, that motherfuckers down there, all that killing and shit. All they doing is killing each other. Well, shit, guess what? The resources is stingy than a motherfucker. When those who hustle, they make that money off that street. What happens when the system say, fuck it, we're gonna compete with you. We ain't gonna make the shit legal. Now we ain't gonna sell the shit. What happens now to the niggas on the street? Fighting for customers. Right? Cause you go inside now. Maui, wowie, all that shit, where the fuck your ass smoke it? We got it. We got some shit they can't get on the street. Even though we know that shit is, you know, been tampered with and genetically modified, but you get to smoke what you want, but you're putting somebody else out of business. Right? So street game is dying. So what happens now? How am I gonna make money? Well, I rob motherfuckers, stick motherfucker who think he doing. So you breed a lot of shit economically. We know that shit. But guess what? So those in them other tiers with the degrees and all this stuff, why don't some of that money trickle down and make places so motherfuckers don't have to do that shit? Make a motherfucking little, instead of having the bodega by the Indian, you just make a bodega and get somebody from the hood to run the shit. Put his ass out of business. Instead of having the Chinese shop, you put a shop down. You know what I'm saying? If they would have just been doing it. But see, the problem is, it feels good to be able to say that you're better than somebody else when in that other system, you can only be who you are. And that's a black person. Right? So a lot of them acquiesce to the game. They play the game. I get a spouse of one of them. I have children with them. And I try to get in and try to stress my words to the fullest so that I'm accepted, get all immersed in. And then the only time when your ass remember home is when you get in trouble. It's the only time you remember that shit. When you get your ass in trouble. Now here you come. So it's easy to sit there and say, oh, the ghetto and trying to raise them up, that's a waste of time. Statistically, there's more of us There's way more of us. There'll be way more of us than there will be you. We Boogie said originality and your energy been eating off the land since 2001. Appreciate that, bruh. You know, I just been seeing, you know what I'm saying? I've been down, and again, story is not that I was going to ever walk away. It was just getting where it was getting even harder to do. But brothers like you, Miss Spencer, Ab Knowledge, there's a sister, Miss Washington. There's a couple other sisters that used to come. I don't see them as much anymore. And last week, after I did that show, they went cut. Y'all notice I went under 2,900 again? Last week, because I came so hard, if you know what the hell I was talking about, they said, fuck that, take it back down to 2,900. He's 2,800 now. I'm back to 2,800. Only going 11 years. Can't get through. They were not nowhere close. One time I came in, they took 60 subscribers. What, there's 60 motherfuckers just left like that? No, they just say, fuck it. Enough of that shit. You ain't going nowhere. It's all right. Because I don't come in here for that. But like I said, when y'all do what y'all do, man, that with the portions y'all do, you know, I'm able to do a few things that make I can look my wife and my kid in the face. You understand? You gotta understand like this. I've been fighting my whole motherfucking life, man. I've been fighting this shit my whole day. What you hearing is, motherfucker, not that shit. And I don't worry about what everybody else do. I'm talking about me. I've been fighting this shit my whole life. Them motherfuckers had me on the game since I was 7 years old. When I was in second grade, my introduction was in second grade by a white teacher. Punched me in my motherfucking stomach. I didn't cry. I got my coat and went home, right? And that opened my eyes. Then every teacher I had after that, because why? I was one of them black kids that had the whole neighborhood, was the best at sports. You see, I can read, I can talk, I can do the work. They said, not this nigga. I'm telling you not what you heard. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you, you can be that and still be down here where a lot of you niggas think that, oh, because you went to school. There's some of us who fell in the crack. Nigga, give me a goddamn test. I can pass all that goddamn shit. I can read all that bullshit. You know that shit they can't do, I can't do. But I'm that type of motherfucker they seen early. And that's why I be trying to tell you, when you're in them damn schools, that's what the school is for. The school is there to monitor who got the potential and what motherfucker will be the problem. They watching you early in the game and then railroading me. Because by the time I got to high school, I did something. Yeah, I slammed the white boy, and he happened to be a goddamn white teacher's son, and they did everything they could. Yeah, I'm telling you that. I'm going to tell it 100. Yeah, I did. And they did everything. Yes, they do. They'll go all out to destroy you. What you think this channel was representing? Can anybody explain 11 years and can't get 100 views? Can you explain it? Just sent you a little something. I'm Anthony 5. Appreciate that, Wee Boogie. I appreciate that so much, brother. I don't do this for that. And y'all remember there was a time where I would never say that, because what I wanted to do, and if y'all want to do that, go find We Up Report channel. Let me get that channel. Let me see if I can get that to 1,000, and then I'll just do some daily shit, and let's see if them motherfuckers let me get paid from there. I've been in here long enough. I shouldn't have to ask. You understand? But they did everything because they said, when I did that extinction of the white race, they already knew. What this kind of nigga is this? What kind of nigga is that? right? I'll just talk real with you. I don't be on that other fake ass shit that motherfucker doing. Because I already know. And so, yeah. Look at the shit. That video, the one I just showed you with the breakdown of the white black, that was years ago. That shit probably 5, 6, 7 years ago. Shit, man, no, I'd say 10. I did that shit. Damn, that might have been almost 10 years ago when I did that video. In the Harlem, you know who used to white people. Not that I'm using them like this. I'm just saying they coming in. They used to be telling me because I was doing shit. Hey man, you da 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 da. I ain't paying no attention to that shit. But I stayed the grind, and that's what they looking at. Why the fuck is you still here? You ain't embarrassed yourself because I'm exposing you. You just don't get it. I'm exposing you. It's just as people smart enough to see it. That's all. You see what they do? How are we the greatest motherfucking entertainers? We're the greatest entertainers. We the one that everybody come to look to try to learn to get, you know, culture and all that shit. And then when you look in the black corner, you know, you have some people saying, you know, they big YouTuber and 10,000. Yeah, well, how some of these channels ain't got 100,000 people from around the world watching when you on here doing what you doing. Why people barely can get, you know, a couple hundred people, 1,000 people, maybe 5,000 people? How our channels ain't never packed with people in it? And you don't think this shit ain't rigged? This motherfucking shit rigged. You know what I'm saying? Because I know the thing is different from now and then. When we was coming up, man, older cats, we respected the older cat because the older cat's gonna drop a dime, gonna drop a nugget on you. Don't give you a little taste of the game. But you also gonna go through some shit. And so that's what I try to do. I try to take those stories, the news, and I bring you from a perspective that you know, that a square gonna give you. And see, the square is the one that, you know, that is kind of hidden. It's the diamond in the rough. There's plenty squares still in the hood that nobody know about. Those around it, they know who they is. They don't get into all that shit. They try to do the best they get, take care of their family, do all that shit. That's what they do. But they know the game. And some of them niggas know they bust their ass out there too, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, all the niggas that's on the street out there, you know, they don't get it wrong. It's like you said. In sports, those niggas know there was some nigga that was better than them when they used to cahoot. As I was saying last time, Michael Jordan was chasing Len Bias. If Len Bias didn't die, would it have been Michael Jordan or would it have been Len Bias? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? So, just in case of somebody who wanna, you know, I always throw that up there. Right? I appreciate what you done, bro. I didn't check it yet. I know that when y'all do send, you know, I get to it. Cause I'd be like, oh shit, nigga, you know. And I tell you that, bro, that Spence in here, lifesaver. Every time, bro. So again, you haven't you know, share, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Well, next week, then Wednesday will be the anniversary. So I don't know if I'm gonna do it this Sunday or I have to come the Sunday after, depending. You know, like I said, I got some things tomorrow that I have to deal with. Hopefully all that works out. But the anniversary is coming up on the 11th, and let's see what they're gonna pull, if they don't pull nothing at all. So I appreciate all y'all being here. What else I got in here? But yeah, with this Mongolian mixture and stuff, right? Caucasian deal. See, there's other people here. So the thing is, you know, they say Negro, but the Negro can still be somebody who they brought from Africa. The American Indian is a copper color Indian, according to what they said American originally was. So can you have African and an American Indian? And they, you know what I'm saying? Could that be? But nobody want to admit it. And everybody want to take us from the position if it could be. And it'd be the people it be people outside of us always trying to tell us who we are. Like, I don't get that shit. I really don't get that. Y'all come here and because you went to school, you learned some shit in them books, but we the goddamn people. I'm not saying that some of that information in the books maybe have some accuracy to it, but when the people of the people telling you, then y'all try to discredit us by saying that, you know, we don't know our family, we can't prove. Why would you say that? Do you know? I mean, damn, we've been here. Matter of fact, do most immigrants' birthday on January 1st? Yep, ask them. I bet most of their ass is January 1st. You know why? Because they ain't got no damn birth certificate, none of that shit. So when they come here, they get their ass January 1st. Did y'all know that? That a lot of their ass is born January 1st. When they come here, they give them that. That's a station. That's what they give them, January 1st. So you see a lot of them, you're gonna find they there. Damn, why how y'all birthday on January 1st? Why is that? They come in here telling about we ain't got no paperwork. We was here before there was a Social Security. We was here before there was birth certificates. You understand? We got some parents that was born in houses. Grandparents born in a house. Like some of y'all was born in y'all countries there. We've been around before all that. But y'all gonna tell us we don't know our damn people. And we looking at y'all like we know our damn people. But y'all will argue us down and tell us what is and what's not. And I think that shit is just, it's really disrespectful. It just really is. I got a message here. Wee Boogie said education is not intelligence, it's training. Exactly. You just get a good, you're being trained. Again, the origin of college come from what they call them, man. Slipped my mind for a minute, but they were the ones that created. It's the same motherfucker that would do like the merchants, but it's another name. But they created because they were the ones, again, when they were talking about indentured service, right? They would come and call that's why Donald Trump had that show called The Apprentice, because that's what that shit is, right? Master, apprentice, right? And then apprentice is working under a master, and after 7 years, he learn to get the trade to become a master and get his own shit. No, I think it's journeyman, apprentice. A journeyman, apprentice, and then master, right? There's the 3 stages. And so, so when you're talking about the indentures, that's what I'm saying. White folks coming here, and some of them did get tricked out where they had to keep doing the indenture until they could get out. But then a lot of them did, and then the packages that they got, shit, them motherfuckers was able to get a starter package, get 50 acres per person. So if you got a wife and children, so that's 100, 150, 2 children, that's 200 acres. That's your starting off. Give us some land, and we'll be like, we'll put our fingers up to y'all. We all had some land, 50 acres, 40 acres, shit, 100 acres, 200 acres. Y'all couldn't see us. Y'all couldn't see us. And that's what the whole thing has been about. But that college was based on them giving their knowledge, and then the people was like, pay them for sitting at the foot of the master. And that's how they started that whole college shit. So when you say training, exactly, from the merchants, the master merchant was training the journeyman so he could, raise up to become a master. And they turn that shit into an institution. So when you say trade, that's it. It's the system using that to train you to be a cog. That's why you hear me say cog, spring, sprocket. So that you be making the shit run flow. Y'all remember that commercial some years back, maybe 10 years ago it started? Remember it used to be people were going in there using the credit card, and everybody in line was moving efficiently. And then a motherfucker came in there with cash and everything would stop. You remember that? Remember that commercial? Right? That motherfucker, oh shit, the whole shit stopped. Right? You fucking up the game with this shit. You need this shit to flow. Right? shit start flowing. If you keep the shit in order, let the shit keep flowing, right? So that's what it is, efficient. They want this shit efficient and keep running. So what happens is, again, the people who being displaced, we're making the motherfucker a hiccup in it. And it's an eyesore. And that's why the news and shit don't focus on the homeless, don't focus on the people who out there fucked up, out there on the fentanyl and shit and all that fucked up. And I don't show that shit because the way you promote to the world is you the greatest, you the best. And it's like back in the days when the Jamaicans said, I live right near the beach. Yeah, behind that fence, but not by that damn white water in that hotel. You live right near the beach. Right? You live right near the beach, but you live on the beach. Because see, we as black folks know white folks love some damn water property. You don't let niggas be living over there. You know that? We don't be getting that water property. Right? You know, because they want that as break the glass shit. Planet of the Apes is attacking. We can get out back door with the off the water on a boat. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is, man. But yeah, but the thing is, a lot of these cats in here, they got their angles. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them, they got their hustle, they got their selling. I ain't selling shit, but just trying to have you to be able to discern how to look at the shit from a perspective of an angle that you may not see yet. I've been in the game a little longer than most of you, not all of you, but most of you. And so what we do, that's what I say, keep you up. I try to keep you up. If I see some shit, I bring it to you and say, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? Here's my take on it. I'm not saying my word is the all word. It's not. It's just my perspective. You can agree to disagree. I don't want nobody, oh, yeah, it was Allah Salam. No, ain't none of that shit. I can either be big brother, I could be an uncle, I could be a father, I could be all those things. And I even learn from y'all. Sometimes somebody y'all say, oh shit, let me go. Like you said, the 508.3. I ain't never heard that one. I know 501, but now 508. But I'm going to look at that shit. Like, okay. Matter of fact, I'm going to give a shout out to Bernard Thomas. You know, Bernard been sending me stuff, and I'll be saying that he always send me little clips and videos and stuff. Did y'all see that shit with what that shit called? They cloning Tyrone. I wish I had the clip. They cloning Tyrone, and they had Jamie Foxx in there. And then what did they talking about last week? Talking about Jamie ass was a clone. What the fuck? What kind of fuck shit is that? Jamie Foxx is a clone. But remember what I said now. Remember those who seen that video I said when I threw that part in there? I'm still holding that till further notice. Because, you understand? Because in time, all they're going to be revealed, but in time, I'm still going to hold that position. But they going to clone Tyrone, got Jamie Foxx in there, and I be damn, just the last week when they showing a clone as Jamie Foxx, and people say, that ain't Jamie, that's a clone. But I think Netflix got a movie out. Asar sent me some messages. You should see this, Asar. I seen your messages. Sometimes it's not that I don't be responding. I see them. Sometimes I don't want to say what I want to say and put it and keep it locked like that. Motherfucker got to come in here and hear the video. You won't hear me say some other shit. That's why sometimes I wait to the end of the video to say some other shit. I let all the other shit. You got to get down in here. So motherfuckers just don't come by and just be like, oh, okay, I got there you go. No. But you get in here a little bit. There was another brother, I think his name was the Lawbot. I think the Lawbot 1, I think that's his name. He was talking about he broke down the affirmative action and all that. And I was like, okay, I get it. I was supposed to go here, but I did so much on this one. I don't know, can't believe I'm at 4 hours, but fuck it, I'm here. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish it out. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So he broke that down. I want to acknowledge you. Yeah, brother, I thought I was gonna go ahead, but I done got here. And that fucking violation that people doing, I'm hot under that. You know what I'm saying? I take offense to that shit. I know my people take offense to it too. A lot of them don't have platforms. Some of them, they ain't gonna never do that because they protecting their money. I don't get no money from YouTube. So I just gonna speak it. And That's just what it's going to be, right? So 72 says Missouri ruled public indecency on the 4th for murder. Missouri ruled public indecency on the 4th for murder. Okay. Okay. Indecency on the 4th for murder. Public indecency, huh? I mean, with all the shit that's going on out here today, right? With all this, I mean, those who've been around, you know, women can dress in a way that's provocative, right? Women can, in my day, now again, I'm coming up when they got the Daisy Dukes, the biker shorts. I'm Spence, I know you remember that shit, right? Biker shorts, Daisy Dukes, right? Spandex, right? Now, the thing is, you know, like some of the shit we seen and we like, oh my God, well, Luke was doing that shit. Now look what Luke is. Look at the background of Luke. And now we see where that shit came from. That was not one of us. It was somebody looking like us, but there ain't no shit because we, you know, we'd dance to do that shit, but we ain't make that shit. Now, I ain't going to tell you that some of the records that some of our, you know, brothers and sisters singing ain't, you know, ain't talking about doing some shit, right? I'll be stroking, you know what I'm saying? That kind of shit. But it was a provocativeness to the shit. It ain't just straight out raunchy. And so the same thing with a woman, she can dress in a way that the silhouette of her body can accentuate what she wearing and still be sexy than a motherfucker. So motherfuckers today think the more shit you show, they think the sexy they are, but we know back in that shit, that was just a straight hoe. It's hoe wear. You know what I'm saying? But, and it's like, I don't know, but, you know, it's like, you know, style was just different, man. I'm not saying that people were still not doing shit. We was, every generation was doing shit, but I think there was just different way. And again, certain women just gonna be a little bit more provocative than others. They want to push the envelope. But some of the shit I've seen this video. I seen this video. What's that damn girl name? She was getting her ass ate out on stage. Did y'all see that shit? You know, I need to just come on here with just, did y'all see this show? Cause I be tripping out like, wait a minute, she actually eating her ass right there? Like that? I know y'all seen it because it's some kind of, she a hip hop artist who kind of a little popular right now. And I was like, damn boy. You know what I'm saying? I seen my daughter or my sister. Shit, back in the day, you know, when bottles have woo 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 woo. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that plastic shit. Then you gonna hear that woo 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 woo. I'll bust that up to the white meat. What the hell wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? But see, today you can't do that because it's natural. It's part of what it is. Right? So I don't hate. It's just that I like, man, you know, I don't even know if motherfuckers enjoying it because see, there might be some cats out here who are older, they taking advantage of it. And I'm like, man, for those of us who came out of the 80s and 90s, a lot of my partners and I, we got babies. So I couldn't even imagine now this. I could see why there probably is so much STDs and shit because, you know, everybody is looking and everybody is doing, and you know, you had to, you know, a woman can easily go out here and get it done. A man, even if he the most handsomest man and can spit game, hey, you might get knocked some shit on that first night. I ain't gonna say you. I'm not gonna say no. But a lot of times you won't have to, you put a little game in. Maybe the next night, maybe the third night, maybe they take you that week. Maybe you know what I'm saying? But now, shit, they putting your ass as a notch. I fuck him. What? They out here like dudes. Like, wow. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So I know I'm in a section I shouldn't be, but I can go all these ranges and all that shit if I wanted to, but I try to stick to there. But really, I probably need to go there because I think somebody need to really be over there because we're doing too much. We're just doing so much, man. And it's like there is no regulations. Some of you, y'all some good brothers and y'all trying to do and deal with, and just like the stuff that I see some women who trying to berate and say that we ain't shit, but all we do is being in jail. And, you know, what's your background? Now, I don't mean as to when you come to about the men and what done happened to you, and, you know, you sound better. And I'm pretty sure you can go through some bad relationships and shit happen, but overall, we all under this damn war. We all under this shit. And I think that's where we miss with this thing with I don't know if it's manosphere, and then now it's at the woman sphere, where they both going back and forth at each other. You ain't shit, and you ain't shit, and bitch, you ain't shit, and nigga, you ain't, right? Y'all ain't getting nothing accomplished. You're actually doing what they want you to do. Stay away from each other so you can stop that procreation. I got a couple messages in here. It's too much nowadays. The Spence says it's too much nowadays. Yes, it's. I mean, I haven't seen where I mean, you got some covered just the lips and the top of the tits like that. Like I was like, I think it was a fashion show. They doing tape, right? They just taping the shit, right? Like, god damn. I just go on outside. Go out there with your birthday suit on. Just fuck it. Just everybody carefree and just free and carefree. That's what they want. But they want to be androgynous. They don't want no labels. They just say just how you feel, you get it how you is. Whether you man and man, woman. That's dangerous. Like, who really pushing this shit? Right? Aboriginals say they don't want to be a wife. They want to be in the streets. That's why I ignore their complaints about relationships and black men. Yeah, I agree. I think also the fact that it's not, I think it's, you know, like say, I've said sometimes about, you know, being programmed, being in schools, like being programmed, being there watching TV. Black women had to sit there and watch all that shit and couldn't see themselves and had the only imitation they had is something white, right? So now that she got off that, she said, well, fuck it, I want to be like you. I think I could be a better you, a man. You know what I'm saying? So they done took on that persona like they want to outdo. They want to compete against the man. And that has something to do with that feminism shit, right? They took on that persona and they want to compete with you, be better than you. And it's like, that's the wrong damn energy. So wife, no, because they said, shit, you out here knocking up. They said I could do the same thing. That's what I was saying before about talking about some, I got him. Or, yeah, I knocked Mrs. Spence. Yeah, I knocked Aboriginal knowledge. Yeah, I knocked 72. I knocked Wee Boogie. And they, you know what I'm saying? That badge of honor. They come out, they knocked you instead of, you know, back in the day, those brothers who did that kind of conversation and talk, that kind of thing, you know, they would have those kind of conversations. But now it's like, roles been reversed. And, you know, I get it. I get what you're saying, bruh. I get it. And sometimes I'm kind of glad I'm not growing up at this time. I don't make that to be a bad thing. I just think that, you know, once you, again, from being in a place to where I am now, see, I've seen everything before now, and I get to see now. And I see the transition. I've seen the degradation of it, where it's going and where it's headed. Everything may look good for those who just want to be out here carefree and wild, but it's going to a place that it ain't gonna be no return. Once you get to the point where there is no line as to, you know, everything is just, it's you know, it's just like going into, you know, a party in this, you know, everything good, everything goes. Ain't nothing off limits. It's like, God damn, I don't know. That ain't no kind of shit I want to be a part of. But, you know, when you start mixing all these people from all these different cultures, everybody think this is a good thing. If that was the case, it would have been that way from the beginning. So you over here, you over here, you over here. So you use trade, the way they use trade, and now you done amalgamated everybody, and the lines have been crossed. Matter of fact, that book that I got that talks about that mixing of white and black also talks about the mixing of peoples. Like, it knows if you mix a Black American with a Caribbean, it'll tell you what you gonna get, right? And it tells you the mulattoes, right? There's talking about how mulatto mix is and how the kind of demeanor, spirit, just like I was showing you in the video, how you could see the science of what they were talking about. So they had been doing this shit a long time. You know what I'm saying? That ain't kind of stuff, at least we don't believe to think we done some shit like that. Because wherever they got, they had to get it from somewhere else. So it's kind of like what the Nation of Islam teach about Yaqub, right? Yaqub and how they made white people supposedly, right? Graftation, right? Put them in a graftation, right? And so that science shows, and it talk about chinos. I actually did Wesley Snipes in that, right? Now you know how dark white Wesley Snipes is, but if you see the wife that he had the children with, and then look at the children, you say, well, what part was Wesley Snipes in that? So I had to say, I question and say, well, is Wesley Snipes as black as we think he is? Right? Because I can't find nothing on his parents, no pictures, none of that. So, you know, people used to say, they used to make talk to jokes, oh, black is Wesley Snipes and stuff like that. Yeah, he did a high content of melanin. He does. And you would think that by him getting with a Asian Chinese woman, that those children would have had a lot of his genetical makeup, but they really didn't. They had more of the Asian, like her gene was way stronger than his. And so I also did Russell Simmons. What the wife he got? Because it was perfect, because she had a white man. She had Give Us Free, Cinque. Well, I don't know his real name. I'm talking about Give Us Free, right? He played that, but she got a baby with him. And when you look at them, you can see the variation. Like in Russell Simmons and her, the children were very, very fair skinned. But when she was with Cinque, the child was more towards his color. They wouldn't show the white baby. So I was like, well, something in Russell Simmons is not really heavy either, right? Whatever's in him. And that's how you can read. And then I did Alicia Keys and what's his name? He the DJ. Remember, what's his name? And you see in them, I did Blake Griffin. And Blake Griffin had a white woman with golden hair. You see a little boy, like a pure little white boy. So when you look at Blake Griffin's daddy, he very dark skinned. But I be damned when he come out in Blake, it all fair skin. So some people that looking real dark skin may not be who you think they are. They might be. Remember I showed you Quinta Room, and then got with a black, a 116. Had 116 black, and then got with the black person, they gonna fill it up. Some of them is like that. Some of them came from somebody who was, real white, and got with somebody black, and then that child came out looking like that. You think that is a pure black person. Might just be a dark white. It's tricky, but it is what it is. Okay, Wee Boogie says mulatto is dark mixing with foreign dark people. Okay. That the book I ain't got it right from. That book I got is a primary source, right? And supposedly that's the science that they had been using. But you're not off what you're saying. I'm just saying that particular book said the true mulatto is really a white person mixing with a black person, right? That's the true mulatto they claim. Everything else, because you think from the science that they saying that anything with black blood in it, so really it's from the father, right? the father being the head, and from a paternal part, the seed coming from the father is determining the child, right? From that perspective that they're saying. So if you birth from a white man, if you start your lineage off from a white man to a black woman, it started off through a white seed, right? And so that's why when Umar was talking about white man raping the black woman, it started off as a white seed. It may be incubated through the black woman. And so when he said passing as white, so that's why I was like, hey, well, what does they do once they get immersed in that society? Are they breeding with more white people, or are they coming back in blackness? Because you can't leave that like that. But that's just, that's just for concept. But we can actually see it. And then the way America, when they said browning, that's because you got all these people here from all around the world are mixing with each other. So what it gonna look like in the next 50 years in this country? Mixes, because I'm seeing people like this. Wait, did y'all see that story about the brother and sister that called in for Crime Stoppers? Did y'all see that shit? They called for Crime Stoppers. Dude they seen that was on TV, and he had a boy and a girl. Let the boy go. He took and raped the girl. They found him on the bus and called Crime Stoppers, and then they asked didn't pay him. If you didn't see it, go check that out. And then what you see is they got them on the couch doing the interview, and they're like, "Yeah, we called him and everything." I'm like, "Shit, that nigga gonna get out of jail, right?" But anyway. When you see her and then look at him and then look at the baby, and it's like the baby don't look like him. They don't have none of his melanin. And it's like to the point now that people are so mixed up that when they had normally you would like it used to be a black person with a white person, you could see that the baby was more toward the black side. That ain't happening no more. You have a black people have a baby with people that are fair skin and light skin or white, and the baby ain't got no melanin in them. I'm like, what? Okay, so what's going on in him, right? Or are these genes done got so skewed now that you don't know? It's like rolling the dice. 7, 6, snake eye, box, oh shit, right? You don't know what you're gonna get when you roll them damn dice. So. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know if they think this is going to be a good thing, or is it to just discombobulate, get it so mixed that nobody can claim this place. Because basically they did is made this to become the land of fugitiveness. All the runaways from all the other lands came here. Now they claiming it is there. They don't care about who land it was or was not. They said, fuck y'all, we taking it. So if we can get you mixed, and that's why I think it's important that we try to stay together. I understand we Boogie, hard sister, because again, they don't make no excuse for her. But in order to maintain and keep this long thing running, we got to find a happy medium. We got to get old past that shit. But we know a lot of that dynamic is due to economics, due to a lot of shit that in our families. In our families, man, we got a lot of secrets. Got a lot of secrets in our families. That's why a lot of our people, when those from the South, don't like to talk about a lot of things that didn't happen, because as you go back in time, some of the things we're talking about today, how you got rapes and stuff like that. But what was rapes back then in the families, right? Might have been shit in the families. So there's stories and shit like that you start going back there and peeling open, you might find some shit like you didn't know because they didn't want to talk about it, right? So a lot of shit we got to do is a lot of people dealing with a lot of shit that, especially when it's women, because let's put it this way. most men have the same philosophy, and then there's some men whose philosophy is shit. You know, if it's walking is good, if it can have hair on it is good. You know, shit, blind, cripple, crazy is good. You know, it's all kind of shit. You know, that's where we're not on code at. Like, there's some shit we as a group be like, nah, that shit we can't do that shit. And anybody who do that shit used to be send them motherfucker back down south, or come up stinking somewhere, right? All kind of shit, you know. But we gonna work it out. But we gotta fight all this other shit before we can get there. We got a lot of shit that we fighting, and we gotta get a lot of house cleaning. And as we do that, but we fighting against the current at the same damn time. And then we got some philosophies and ideologies that want to cut a big portion out and say, fuck it, we don't need that, cut that off and let's go. You could do that. Like I said, it's like if you had an opportunity to take your ass to the moon with them or go to Mars with them, how many niggas gonna jump on there with them? You want to be the only LeVar Burton ass in space? Huh? You want to be the LeVar Burton on Star Trek? You want to be the only nigga in space? Are you comfortable like that? Because I wouldn't be. He said so many Mexicans have hacked into people's, and they want the world to purge us. Yeah, because I think they hold the same. You know, okay. When he say La Raza, right? When he say La Raza, the whiten the race, he just the Spanish version of this same motherfucker, right? He traces shit back to like running of the bulls, right? The running of the bulls and that whole shit, right? You know that about the running of the bulls, right? And where that whole festival is coming from and what its symbology is about, right? When the Moors, running the Moors up out of there, right? So that wouldn't be very surprising to me because he just a version of that, right? But we have some people who embrace them and say they brown, they people of color. So I think a lot of them have used us saying they brown to get benefits and yet still checking the box white. You know what I'm saying? Being able to benefit from being in this category and still getting the benefit of assimilating into another culture as kind of a graft in. Matter of fact, they was okay with that until they started realizing that they were not dropping their culture. And they was like, well, if y'all gonna be there, y'all gotta drop all that shit. And they was like, hell no, we're gonna keep our shit, but we don't mind getting the privilege. So they like, okay, well, you know, because I remember at times I used to think that certain people were white people come to find they were Spanish people. They could pass straight for white people. You know, just like the dude that was sitting, you know, in the beginning of the show where there's that, Garagamo and that newscaster. You think he was a white man, but he actually is, you know, Spaniard like he is, right? So a lot of people masking. So it's about the outer, not so much about the biological makeup. It's only biological when they want to benefit. Now they want to be black when it can be beneficial. Any other time, they try to assimilate into the dominant culture. And if that means helping to get rid of us, because it looks like they started showing reports there's more people coming in here from them borders that coming in here as part of them gangs. And will that eventually, you know, spill over to the fact that we're going to be dealing with that in these streets? Because they don't, again, they were talking about, I watched a report the other day said they're saying 6 to 8 million of them done came. You know, if they saying 6 to 8, it's more than that. They had kept telling us there was 10, 11 million undocumented for the last shit, how long? So, you know, they were showing the other day, they were saying mothers are coming through with trucks full of children. Matter of fact, I was reading an article the other day, and the article said of age group, white people are about, as a group, like, 53 as a group. Black people were 27, and the Hispanics was 11 years old. I said, what? 11? So if they're 11, that means they're bringing a lot of babies in here, right? You know what I'm saying? You can't be, as a group, and y'all done surpassed us at 18%, and then you say averaging them out, that they age group would average 11? What the hell? What's really going on here? I think they didn't think I would be reading no shit like that, but I did, right? So, you know, again, y'all go in here, y'all can hit that like, share, comment, because I done went way over, but I didn't mind doing it, but it is what it is. Again, if anybody want to bring in, because again, I don't know what tomorrow. Okay, I got a comment here. Hold on. Got a comment. All right. Wee Boogie says that they hijacked the original Dark Spaniards. The whole works is new. Okay. I would doubt that. I mean, again, when they say the black nobility, right? Were they black? Were the black nobility black? Right? It's like saying that they say the Sephardic Jew, was he dark skinned? And then they just get milked out. And then what they do, like just like you seen in that graphication I was showing, let's say that, remember how I showed, matter of fact, let me see, I can show y'all on the screen. Hold on, I can show you on the, let me show you on the screen what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let's do the white version, right? All right, so let's say, go to this one, let's see. Yeah, let's go here, right? So let's say, so you get a white person and you get a half black white person, right? And they have a baby, right? What does the baby turn into, right? Okay. Right? You see how that baby went from half black, and then it get with a white person. When it's half black coming in, as the mama's half black, and get with a white person, the baby gonna come out whiter than the mama. You're only gonna have a quarter white. A quarter black. Right? So when you look at the mama to the baby, you see that how the mama is half, but the baby is more whiter than the mama. And then when that baby grows up and have a baby and gets with a white person, right? So this is how you can graft somebody out. This is what you're talking about. So now that baby that was made get with a white person. What's gonna happen? They're gonna have a baby, and then that baby gonna turn into a quarter room, 7/8 white, 1/8 black, milking that black right out of their ass. Then that baby, quarter room, get with a white person. What you gonna have? Next one gonna be what? Quarter room, 15/16 white, 1/16 black. So yeah, still got a little tinge in them, but they don't milk that down, and they just keep packing on that outside. And to bury that, it's like most of them got a black grandma in the back room. Same way they do it. Same way they do what they sell. Bury that black, and then they get to steal and say they have the bloodline, in which they, in one aspect, like Umar was saying, but he don't understand. They in the lineage because of what happened. You can't take that from nobody, even though it was by rape. You cannot take somebody's lineage from them. So if they claim it, but they're not lying because it's in there. But these people use it so that they could take and rule. They took everything that the Moors did, because that's what the Moors was doing. It was up there, and they're spreading their seed all up in Europe, right? Up in that central and southern part of Europe. For 700 years, then 800 years, they was in there spreading that seed. And then what happened is them offsprings did the same thing you seeing here. Them offsprings of those Moors start doing this, right? They start with as half because of the Moor and the white. Then that offspring started having babies. Got with him another white person. That's how they met. Just like the Crown up there and them sitting up there talking about they was the original ones, right? Harry and all them up in Britain. You know, the original Britons wasn't no white folks. Get the book McRitchie. He's a 2-volume of the Modern Britons. Something MacArthur Britchie. Those 2-volume books to tell you how the Briton, the Britons, that wasn't white folks. Those was not white folks. Went in there and they did the same thing here. They grafted that black out of their ass. So they would still be in the bloodline to give legitimacy to what they was claiming. See? They didn't know what they was doing. They knew exactly what they was doing. They knew exactly, right? Graft that shit down. So what you end up seeing, you can see the graftation going down. You see how that goes? Oh, get that. I'll take that down. You take that down. All right. You take the see how that graftation down from that half to 3/4 white. Right? You see the graftation that's just pushing that black right up out of their ass. And that's what they did. And so you can see that in America, you can see that better because look at how the American white look compared. Now, Mr. Spencer know this. You remember back in the day when you used to watch TV and see them people from England and white women? Right? Them English white women, boy, you understand? Compared to the white woman here in the United States, they're like they day and night. Again, that's not my taste, but I'm just saying, you understand? But it was like, what the hell is in them that ain't in them? So what was in them? So is that who those, because some people say that George Washington then was, byproducts of Moors. Is that what happened really? Possible. You know what I'm saying? That's possible. So, what more? Ain't no more doing that. I just appreciate y'all sat here through this whole time as I was going through this. Matter of fact, I got one I didn't even do. Y'all want to see something? When I was telling you who was coming on the boats, right? Now let me show y'all something. You see this here? Look at this. Who coming on boats, y'all? Who the one coming on boats? I want you to look at that. Look who coming on boats. Right? Who coming on boats? See them boats coming in? Right? Now they claim this is supposed to have been 1903. Right? Now, remember when I showed you the numbers in 1900, right? In 1900, there was how many? It was 8 million. No, that's us. Wait, no, that's us. I got the white numbers. Okay. I got to put it on the screen for y'all to see that. But I want y'all to see. Now, see, that's them coming in off them boats. Right? That's them coming off them boats. Right? Coming in, a lot of them, they talking about their people from Ellis Island and all that stuff, right? That's them. Motherfucker give us some shackle and a sign that telling us he came on boats. But see, when you look at them numbers, when you look at them damn numbers that they show for that census, nah, man, ain't no way. They were coming, they numbers is way bigger than our numbers. Way bigger. Again, if it's 1790, there was 3,172,006 of them. And then when 1800 came, it was 4,306,446. That's 1,555,622 difference. Well, actually, no, 1,134,440 difference in a 10-year period. So are you going to tell me that 3,172 people had 1.1 million babies. I'm not gonna tell you they did. So some of them is birth, but some of them they bringing people. Right? I'm not gonna say all of them is bringing, but that's 1 million. But there's only 136,394 difference between when we was in 1790, 757,208, and then it's 1800. We was 1,237,000, which is a difference in 10 years of 136,394 people more from the 10 years before. How you bringing us on boat when you bringing 1,000,005 motherfuckers on the other side? So if anybody coming on a damn boat, is them. We not coming on no damn boat. They coming on the damn boat. That's why some of our brothers and sisters that be talking indigenous talk and about Nietzsche and all that, and they tell you that we were not, and that the people who came here, they were white and they were slaves. They don't want to admit that shit. Well, I'm not even gonna say slaves, because slave was only deemed according in the history only to we. It was never deemed, they was never deemed that. Right? And again, we say chattel slavery, that has to do with them putting that on the black woman, and everything that she produced would be automatically, part of the system. So when we talk about these numbers and white folks, they don't want to admit certain shit. They want to just keep putting that shit on us, and then it's their ass coming on the damn boats. See, what they do is they commingle the story of the Spanish main story of the people they bring in on the islands. Now, they may agree that they came, but no, there is no proof of them bringing us at the time they claiming from 1619. Matter of fact, since I'm here, I might as well do this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Hold on, I got something. Hold on. Now think about what I just said. There's nothing to show in 1619 that they bringing us other than that odd story of the white lion that had 30-odd Negroes that was on his way to Veracruz, Mexico, where they intercepted it and brought it into Virginia. That's not a slave trade. That's just a boat with some 20-odd Negroes on it. And then you're going to start the history from there. But did you know, like, when you look at our numbers don't get a big increase. Because remember, 1790, you got 757,208. We don't get a big number. We don't get, we get 4 million by 1860. Right? It's a gradual growth. There is, from 1790 to 800, there's a 244,829 difference. Could there be people brought in? Yes, but some of that is also birth, right? It's not just bringing people. A lot of that could just be birth as well. So my thing is, those numbers just like, we don't even break 2 million until 1830. At that time, we get 2,328,642. Okay, so when they talk about millions of people they brought here, that's a lie. There's no millions of them bringing nobody to the United States. Now, on them islands, it's possible. But you know what the craziest part is? You know what's really crazy, y'all? I got a message here. They was making people too. Boogie said they was making people too. All right. We Boogie. We Boogie really go in that Frankenstein shit. Now, okay. All right, so let me show you that. Okay, let me. I think I got this up here. Let's see. I hope I got that one in here because I was going to talk about that. Let's see. Do I got that in here? Or do I got? Yeah, I think. Wait, no. Yeah, I do got it. Okay, check this out. Is this it? Okay. All right. So you see where they say the domestic slave trade from 1808 to 1865. Let me take the comment down so you can see that good. Right? What happens? Does anybody know what happened in 1808 in this country? Or let's say 1808. Does anybody know what happened? Does anybody know what happened in 1808 in this country? When it comes to that head, I'll give you the Jeopardy. I give somebody 2 minutes. The 2 minutes? Yeah, I give you 2 minutes. Who knows what happened in 1808? In 1808 in the United States, what happened? Somebody might even be Googling, but what happened in 1808? Okay, what happened in 1808? This is what the reason why I want you to know this, because this is gonna help you to answer. This is gonna help you to understand that. Okay, who's that? Somebody sent in. What did it say? Spanish Indian War. Yeah, that too. But when it comes to the trade, the slave trade, what happened? What happened about the slave trade? Something happened in 1808 because of that slave trade. What happened? Does anybody know? You got 1:05 left. You're not wrong, Wee Boogie, though, but I'm talking about the slave trade. What happened in this country that's going to put that whole shit in question? Got 50 seconds left. Okay. All right. What happened? What happened? You know what happened, y'all? Yeah, got to get 30 seconds more. Oh, somebody gave me, okay, who's that? Okay, who that? Hey, that they're lies and we don't have to listen to them. They stopped the slave trade. There you go. Miss Smith, executive of the show. They stopped international slave trade, y'all. So how is it? Now I just showed you in 1790, 7,575,208, correct? Spence tell you 808, international slave trade stops, and you ain't bringing nobody from outside in, right? At least lawfully, you can't bring nobody in here, right? So now, when I show you the numbers, look at in 1800, look at the numbers they show you in 1800. I'm gonna show you on the screen. The 1800. You gotta look at the screen. I'm gonna show you the screen. In 1800, look what they said. How many people was in 1800? See on the screen. I'm putting on the screen. I gotta move Spence though, because he might be blocking that part. All right. Good answer, Spence. All right. So hold on. Spence ain't moving. Spence out of the way. Thank you. All right. And don't want to take Spence down. Somebody holding you in there, Spence. All right. So as you can see there on the left, that's the year. And then you can see the population. Then you're gonna see white, black, Native American, so forth and so forth. Right? Okay. So if they saying in 1800 there's 1,000,002, or 1,002,037 people, correct? Is that what y'all see too? So that means by the time the next census roll around, right? So that's not even a full 10 years. You're only going to get, what, 7 years? Because they're going to stop it. So if you look at 1810, 1,377,808. That's going to be the last number because there's no international slave trade. There is no more because why? What happens? Does anybody know what happened in 1803 and Well, everybody know about 1803, 1804 when it comes to we talk about the Haitian War, right? We know about that, right? But you know they got the Barbary Wars. You know, United States is fighting the Barbaries. They fighting the Moors. They fighting the Moors. And so what happens is they can't go across the waters no more because the Moors gonna tear their shit off. Already taking boats and ransom and all that other good shit, right? Now, so where's the slave trade is? So now you're gonna tell me, so we know it's 1619 is a lie. If they're gonna be anytime they're coming in the 1700s, if they're gonna be bringing anybody, it has to be around 17 something. So that's telling me 1700 to 17 Okay, we know what 1790 is. And then he said 1808, there ain't no more slave trade. Okay, so ain't no slave trade. So that means everything else is just being born naturally. But what they showing you here, what I was showing you here is this. They call it a domestic slave trade. Let me show you again on the screen. So 1808, they can't bring no more slaves in, y'all. No more slaves can come in. So now what they say they're doing, look what they say they're doing. Let me show what they say they're doing. Hold on. Put that back on the screen. They say there's a domestic slave trade. So that means they shifting us around. Those from down over here, taking them from there. This is where they breaking our families up and splitting us up and moving us around. Okay? That's what they doing. They're moving us around. So in 1808, black people was running the show in the United States or the Republic. Negro was definitely colonizing American Colony Society, Prince Hall, and the likes. We boogie. Okay. I got you. I got you. Okay. That's another topic too. Okay. So what we're seeing is that, so they domestic means they're only doing within. There's an inner trading, nothing coming out. So we know the number in 1810 is 1,377,808 already inside. So you ain't bringing no more in. So where's this big ass slave trade they've been selling to us? Where are these millions and millions of people who they brought here as slaves? Where they at? Where they at though? Where they at though? Where they at though? Where they at though? So now you just, shifting us around. Some from the South, going over to this part here, going to Tennessee, taking them over to New Orleans, taking some down to Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? They just shifting us around. Is that what they was doing the whole damn time? Were they just shifting us around the whole damn time? Because there is no slave trade that they can connect in here. Because remember, the Spanish trade in the islands, and Christopher Columbus never even came here. See, they don't even have nobody coming here. They got the Spanish down in Florida's, right? But now when you talk about the southeastern part that they said that we were at, that they claiming that where does the trade go in there? You Florida, you do have New Orleans, but New Orleans is out kind of outside. It's not really in, it's an island out there, right? So, okay. So where this big slave trade at? Where is it? See? So you gotta forensically look at history. Don't just read it. Try to look at it in a way so that you can kind of like, you can see it and look at the nuances, because the lies gonna always fall out. And then we're gonna be, they can try to hide that shit, and that's what they be doing. But that's because, remember, they don't, again, as much as they sit here saying they don't want to teach history, it's because they never taught us history. Think about it. You did not learn no history in no school. You might have learned a little bit about George Washington and Lincoln and I cannot tell a lie, Father, I chopped down the tree bullshit, right? Then you get some shit like that. You might get the Harriet Tubman story. You get the Christopher Columbus story, right? But they never taught. You learn more about your history on your own than you ever did in school. I remember that. A mosquito went in my throat. What the fuck? Hold on, man. Let me drink some water. Oh, shit, I'm in here. That motherfucking mosquito went in my nigga throat. Hold on, I got some comments here. 72 says, I can't put into words how mad I would be listening to this. You be mad? Well, They got to get to the 4-hour, 5-hour mark to get there. So a lot of them going to be gone way before then. Certain ones do. There'll be some people that be new, come out and they give me a message. But, Matt, what would you be mad about 72? What part would make you mad? Tell me what part would make you mad. I would like to hear that. What part would make you mad, right? Wee Boogie says, sending Carolinas to Caribbeans and to some Europe, maybe Spanish is America, profiteering or American Moors. Right. Because they said that the slave trade was in reverse, right? Taking people from here and taking them up there, right? That could have happened. They were taking, again, moving you around. If you took people that was from here and took them to South America and they never been there, that would be new to them. Taking them and dropping them, bringing them to places they never been, that would be new to them. It ain't like today, transportation, get on the bus or some shit. No, a lot of people say they would run. Yeah, you could maroon. And just like they say the word maroon, a lot of people make that to be, they had to be African slaves. Anybody can be a maroon. Don't have to necessarily be an African, right? So, I agree with you, Wee Boogie. It's that could be very possible. See, the thing is, let me tell you something. I remember maybe 2 years ago, I bought a book. I found this book, and it was a book. It was on the American Moor, and it was by John Calvert, which he was one of the first cats. How England got here in the slave trade. See, that's the thing. When you know the history, you know that Britain and them couldn't even get into slave trade in the beginning. And like I told you, if anybody who claims to think they know this story, if they can't tell you what I told you, then they don't know the story. Because they just say transatlantic slave trade, but that's not where it started at. That's not where they were moving from. I already told you, right? If you don't come from the Ascento, right? The Ascento. Because you had to have a contract to be a part of that. And so you remember that the Papal Bull gave Spain and Portugal that. So they're the only ones who had that. And so the Spanish didn't have the boats. So that would allow for individuals to get in part of the contract. And the first one they gave was France. So France got in the game early. That's why France is over in Louisiana, because they got in the game early, right? England couldn't get in until later on when the change of power of royalty changes, and then they get in and they get to inherit their Ascento. So that's why when they talk about the 1619, that's a bullshit lie, because they were never in it. John Cabot had a contract, and what he did is he gave his contract to the royals of England. That's how they got in on that private part. But they didn't get later on getting the Virginia Company and all that other shit. That's how they get in. So when you know all that, then you can dispel that shit. See, that's what you got to do. You got to know that story to dispel the shit, because it's a lie. So once again, remember they tell you, now check this out. This is another why you know that 1619 a lie. When they tell you that Johnson was the first slave owner, black slave owner, remember? But that's 1654. Remember, he goes to court, sue because John Castor is acting as if like he don't still have a contract with him, and go to court, and the court give him back John Castor, and they try to say that was the beginning. That was the beginning of the first person being given life as slave. That's 1654. So what was it before then? I thought you said 1619 was slave trade. See? See how they called it a lie? If 1654, you said John Castor is the first one that is being deemed a slave perpetual for life. If he's the first one, what y'all talking about then? And then in 1661, you have another incident where two white and a black run away. The two white ones get more time on their indenture, and the black one, they now on law made him a slave. And this is the beginning of using black people and making them a slave. So that's 1666, 61. What's 1619? What they talking about? What slave trade yet? See? Where's the slave trade at, y'all? And then you know by 1808, the slave trade stops. So from what time of 17, maybe what, 7? What you got from 1700, early 1700s? I mean, they ain't got 100 years. So was black folks already here? That's what everybody don't want to admit. Everybody don't want to admit that. So I got, okay, 6, I got Mr. Smith says everything we learned in school as far as history are lies. Exactly. Again, this to keep you submersed in the motherfucking mindset of, you know, staying within this story. That's why they're fighting so hard. And why Florida is the real key to it is because Florida got to admit that niggas was here before they got here. You see what I'm saying? That's why they doing, that's why they trying to make this shit all about, oh, wokeism and all this shit, is because the truth is the people, the Spanish came in 1526. Niggas was already here. 1526 is long before 1619. So they can't tell the truth. Can't tell the truth. So y'all done made me, boy, ain't nobody gonna watch this video. It's 5 hours. I'll be damned. Wee Boogie said it happened from here, but they shift the blame. Spanish crown was anchored in Mexico. Exactly. That was in Mexico. They tried to get foot on the Floridas, but we kicked their ass. Got their ass off. As a matter of fact, they'll tell the ship. They said again, they got the same story just like they did from over in Cuba. Remember they said they came in 1526, 100. They had 100 slaves, and they had somebody in the shipwreck. The crew got lost. They don't know what happened to that first 100. Then the Spanish talking about down there in 1528, they went, they shipped 100 slaves they had one. So that's to try to say, oh, there was 100 maroon Negroes there that came from there and there. Now we was already here. Why would Webster say that the American is a copper color race? And everybody now want to be copper color, but black people, the most copperest people there is. We're the most copperest people in this land. Everybody else, you got that tinge of what y'all been trying to uphold. You know what I'm saying? We copper all day long. We all kind of variations of copper, right? But anyway, I might think, somebody stop with it. Do they stop my screen up there? Okay. Well, this is the all-time video of all time right here. I didn't know I was gonna go this long, but I don't know. How did they? Wait a minute. How did they stop? I mean, that wasn't supposed to stop. Wait a minute. How did that stop? Somebody did not want to see that, huh? You know, these must got all kind of tricks, right? They got all kind of tricks. But anyway, do I got anything else? I think that was it. I think I covered everything. Shouldn't have went this damn long, but it did what it did. That's fine. Matter of fact, I just put it like this. You know, when somebody sit there and argue with us and saying that like they mad because like we choosing somebody over them, it just kind of remind me of this.
Hey, bitch, come here. Got your motherfucking man, come here.
Mr. Pretty Tony, I mean, you know the rules of the game. I mean, your bitch just chose me. Now, we can settle this like you got some class, so we can get into some gangster shit.
You shade tree nigga. You ain't no pimp. You're a rest haven for hoes. You're a car thief. A car thief.
The one you got out there is probably hot as a firecracker right now. It was $35,000. Right?
$35,000 cash money?
No, I give $35,000 plus one, right?
The one I gave you.
No, you gave me 6, though, right? There was one. I had one that was 6, and a $35,000 plus 1 plus 6 leaves 7. $35,000 and 7, right? Motherfucker, can you buy that? Nigga, next time you hear grown folks talking, shut the fuck up, here.
Remember, the enemy has only images and illusions, behind which he hides his true motives. Destroy the image, and you will break the enemy.